Good morning. It is now 8 o'clock. We are going to get the committee on appointments started. We do not have any voting items this morning, but we might open the floor for discussion on our vacancy list. I do want to note this was our same agenda last week, and we gave a few updates and questions around reappointments that are in process and new PIFs that are in process. So I think all of that is currently happening. Want to recognize Ms. Becky Boskiff. Did I say that right? Bosker, thank you. Ms. Bosker, who will be serving as our liaison now that Daniel has moved on to other opportunities, and also want to just publicly thank Daniel for his years of work and dedication to the city and to elections. So with that, colleagues, are there any additional discussions that you want to have today around our vacancy list? I know we touched on quite a bit last week, and we've had some email flurry, so there's a lot of stuff in flight. But if there's anything you all want to discuss this morning, we might. Okay, great. Well, thank you, and let's stay in touch and kind of watch these kind of the renewals and new PIFs go through the process, and I'm sure we'll have something here soon. So with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We will call the Fiscal Committee to order here at 8:30. First item on the agenda this morning is a resolution accepting a grant from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security through the Federal Emergency Management Agency for fiscal year 2023 Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response Grant Program in the amount of $3.1 million.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Our Fire Chief.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Very excited to bring this to you. We were notified a couple weeks ago that we were awarded a SAFER grant. This will fund 10 of the 12 positions needed at the new Kendall Fire Station for 3 years, 100% funding of those positions, no match from the fire department or city.
Excellent. Colleagues, any questions for Chief Brown? Great work, sir. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 2 is a resolution accepting the Michigan Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity Grant for 203 sets of firefighter turnout gear in the amount of $640,844.10 with no match.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported.
Another great opportunity for the city and the fire department, one-time match for turnout gear purchasing. This allows all of our members to have at least 2 sets of gear to wash them while after a fire, get the carcinogens out. And this is a great reset for our hundreds of sets of gear. So very happy to bring this forward.
Very good. Colleagues, questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 3 is a resolution approving the purchase of a 100-foot aerial truck apparatus from Holt Fire Incorporated as a cooperative purchase in the amount of $2,123,133.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported.
So this is a planned purchase of our long-range apparatus plan. We've been looking at running Pierce as our frontline aerials. And actually, this particular unit provides a very distinct feature to run out of our Bridge Street station. It has rear steer on the axles. And with all the parking and hazards at that station getting in and out, this is key. So,
Very good. Questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Item 4 is a resolution accepting the continuation of a grant award of $1,105,629 from the Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Weibel, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for your consideration of this grant. It's a state grant for our auto theft prevention efforts. We receive this pretty much every year, at least for the last 6 years. The state started the program in 1992. It's $1.1 million. That's a 60% from the state and then a 40% match on a local level. So around $445,000 between Grand Rapids, Kentwood, and Wyoming. And it's primarily for officers' salary for auto theft prevention.
Very good. Colleagues, questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 5, resolution authorizing $60,000 in support of the recommendations of the SAFE Task Force.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Kane, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. I have an annual request from the SAFE Task Force, which is a group we have here at the city that is helping to reduce violence in our community. This would be for $5,000, $10,000 grant opportunities for qualified nonprofits to help us as a community combat this gun violence and violence in general in our community. An additional $10,000 is also there to help support those organizations in building their capacity, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Very good. Colleagues, questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Sir. Item 6, resolution authorizing a contract with Grand Rapids Public Schools for the leasing of East Leonard Elementary School for a 2-year contract with as-needed extensions not to exceed $48,000.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Chief Brown.
another unique opportunity. We are moving out of the South Annex by our Division Avenue station. The Panel Avenue training site won't be ready till winter of 2026, and we needed to start moving things around. And it just so happened that Grand Rapids Public Schools was going through a transformation of their own, and a few schools became available, and we worked very hard with them to get a lease put together. And I'm also happy to say it's going to help out the city clerk, and we're going to maintain that as a voting site as well. So looking forward to this.
Excellent. Colleagues, questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 7, resolution authorizing a contract with the Michigan Department of Transportation for state trunk line maintenance in an amount not to exceed $250,000.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Gorney, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. This contract is for work that city forces perform
routine maintenance for the state and are reimbursed through this contract. So in addition to the Public Works Department, we share this contract with the Water Department, ELC, and Mobile GR. And it's for the most part, it's routine maintenance work. It's a not to exceed $250,000. And the contract will, if approved today, will begin October 1st of this year and last for 5 years.
Very good. Colleagues, questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 8, resolution accepting a grant award for the National Summer Learning Association in an amount of $1,666 for social media campaign for FAFSA completion efforts.
Moved.
Moved and supported. Ms. Harris, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. So this grant aims to address the ongoing challenges of FAFSA completion by providing social media outreach through our T2C Studio, Grand Rapids Center for College Success, which is a place-based strategy to increasing the degree attainment rate among first-generation students of color, and Grand Rapids Public Schools graduates.
Very good. Questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, same sign. Motion carries. Item 9, resolution accepting a grant award from the Michigan College Access Network in an amount of $10,000 for FAFSA completion efforts.
So moved.
Moved and supported.
Thank you. This grant also aims to address the ongoing challenges with FAFSA completion by providing support to students through our post-secondary efforts through our T2C Studio.
Very good. Questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you so much. Item 10, resolution authorizing an execution of a memorandum of understanding with the Kent County for fiscal year 2024 Burn Memorial Justice Assistance Grant JAG funds totaling $177,293.
So moved.
Moved and supported. Ms. Bohash, good morning.
Good morning. This allows us to execute a memorandum of understanding with Kent County because we share these resources that come to us on an annual basis. It does require an application, and this MOU is required as part of that application process. The city retains 10% of the award for administrative funds, or administrative dollars, because the Community Development Department handles all of the grant responsibilities. And then we allocate the actual dollars for projects through our neighborhood investment plan. So the funds that you see here, the $79,000, will be part of our FY26 neighborhood investment plan process.
Very good. Questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, same sign. Motion carries. Item 11, resolution authorizing conditional approval of tax exemption and payment in lieu of taxes for 101 South Division Lofts.
So moved.
Moved and supported.
Good morning. This project is is a project that currently has pilot on it, or a property that currently has pilot on it that expires at the end of this year, so December 31st. It has not gone in, it's going into its extended use period for the LIHTC program. So that allows it for eligibility for another 15 years. Previously, our ordinance did not allow that time frame to cover the full extended use period. So this would give them an extension of another 15 years. Of course, this is conditional upon notification to the assessor. And this is a Brookstone project, and we do have a representative here if you have any questions.
Very good, colleagues. Questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item 12, resolution approving an agreement with Kent County to allocate sufficient revenue from the Lodging Excise Tax Fund to cover principal and interest payments on $27.5 million bond for the purpose of constructing the Acrisure Amphitheater.
So moved.
Moved and supported. Ms. Behrens, good morning.
Chair O'Connor, if you will, item 13 is also related, so my remarks kind of cover both items. These two items, the next step in continuous support for the Acrisure Amphitheater. As you know, the Commission has taken several steps supporting the redevelopment of our prior public services facility into this Acrisure Amphitheater. The Commission has previously also supported the transformational brownfields plan approval that covers both this and the anticipated soccer stadium. This piece is a fundamental piece, represents the next step after the voters approved a hotel motel tax, and the County Commission agreed to levy that hotel motel tax. So before you as item 12 is the agreement between the city and Kent County, where where Kent County pledges the 3% hotel motel tax increase to payment of bonds that would be issued by the city of Grand Rapids in the amount of up to $27.5 million. Those proceeds will go directly to support the construction of the Acrisure Amphitheater. The agreement covers the dedication of the funds, as well as the establishment of a debt reserve account, which the city of Grand Rapids will hold. That is 1.5 times the debt service payment, annual debt service payment, so it allows us a little bit of a buffer there in the event that revenues are less than necessary to pay any particular year's debt service. There's also other obligations about repaying the debt reserve account if we ever need to dip into it, and some other details between the city and Kent County. Item number 13 is the notice of intent then, which is the next critical step to going down the path of issuing those bonds. We would expect closing on the bonds in April of next year, and working closely with Grand Action and the CAA to ensure that all of those things keep the construction out there on site flowing. And just a quick update on construction and in particular some of the transformational brownfields and equity objectives. I know it has been quite important to the Commission and the community that even during construction there's opportunities for folks within the community. So just want to note that to date 13.75% of the construction contracting has been to MBE, WBE, DBE, which is quite a bit more than the anticipated inclusion plan amount, which was less than 10%. So we're seeing some really good dividends paying there, including relationships between primes and subcontractors that we hope will allow for more robust participation in other construction projects in the future. Grand Action reports that at least 50% of the employees on the site have been Kent County residents, and that 62% of the payroll to date has gone to non-traditional or underrepresented folks in the construction industry. So I just wanted to report out on that as well.
Very good. Thank you. Colleagues, questions on this?
Thank you. Thank you for this. Excited to see us kind of at this point, and excited to see continued investment in our downtown and elsewhere to make this a city that is fun and attractive for folks who live here and for those who are yet to visit or to move to our city. I just want to share publicly, I have received concerns from constituents around the city paying for this project, and just want to note that the agreement is for us to bond out for this project, but that the debt service will be paid by the revenues gained from the actual operation of, in this case, the amphitheater. So I think that's some education, and just wanted to share that from here, and want to note the additional contingency plan with the debt reserve that wasn't in place for in the past with similar projects that I think we've learned lessons from to ensure that these assets don't become a liability on our general fund. So just want to note that for those who are listening and paying attention and have some of those concerns, that a few more details about our agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. And the follow-up item on that is item 13, resolution authorizing the publication of a notice of intent to issue bonds in connection with the issuance of capital improvement bonds pursuant to Act 34 of Public Acts of Michigan 2001 as amended in an amount not to exceed $27.5 million for the amphitheater project.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. No further questions. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 14 is an ordinance amending Section 1 of the Budget Ordinance 2024 for fiscal year 2025, Amendment Number 3.
So moved.
Support.
Turn it over.
Good morning, Commissioners. I believe we have 14 items on the budget amendment this morning, so I'll just briefly try to touch on each one of them. The first one is from our Community Development Department. It's to recognize and appropriate a grant award in the amount of approximately $3.3 million received from the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission. This is for the 2025 Michigan Indigent Defense Program and the corresponding local share contribution, which amounts to approximately $178,000. That match has already been budgeted for and reserved. Item number 2 is also from the Community Development Department. This is requesting to increase estimated revenue and appropriations by $240,000 to account for additional program income that was earned in excess of amounts previously budgeted in both the Community Development Block Grant and the Lead Hazard Control and Reduction Grant. Item number 3, also from the Community Development Department. This is requesting to recognize and appropriate $700,000 from a grant award from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. This is for the Medicaid CHIP Community Development Lead Hazard Control Program. This addresses houses occupied by lead-poisoned children, and there is no local match required for this grant. Item number 4 continues our partnership with Mel Trotter Ministries for their personal storage program. This is requesting funding in the amount of $400,000 to support the 4th and 5th years of this program, $200,000 per year. This program, the grant period runs from this October 1st through September 30th, 2026. Item number 5 is from the 61st District Court. This is for the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration grant in the amount of $400,000. The court has been approved for renewal of this grant for their Drug and Sobriety Court program, and includes participation in services for defendants with substance abuse disorders. This is the second installment of a 5-year grant agreement totaling $2 million, and there is no local match for this grant either. Item number 6 is also from the 61st District Court. It's for their Michigan Drug Court program. They're appropriating $66,000 from the State Court Administrative Office, again for their Drug and Sobriety Court program. Also, no local match for this item. Item number 7 is from the Mobile GR Department. This is a local match reimbursement from the municipalities of Walker and Kentwood. It recognizes and appropriates the reimbursable portion of the Congestion Mitigation Air Quality Grant received through MDOT. The amount of this is $53,000. Item number 8 is from our Stormwater Department. This is ARPA-funded Comprehensive Master Plan and Asset Management Plan fees. The request is to appropriate an additional $125,000 of ARPA funds to assist with the costs associated with the Comprehensive Master Plan update. Currently, there's $125,000 appropriated in the fiscal 25 budget. This will cover the gap with the anticipated cost totaling approximately $230,000. Item number 9 is from our Parks and Recreation Department for the Camelot Park Improvement Grant. They're going to recognize and appropriate a grant award in the amount of $479,000 received from the Michigan DNR Outdoor Recreation Legacy Grant for improvements at Camelot Park. This grant does require a 50% match, and that has already been budgeted in the Parks Capital Grant Fund. Item number 10 is from our Engineering Department. This relates to the Parks and Recreation Improvement Bonds that we closed on last Tuesday. The department is requesting to recognize and appropriate bond proceed revenue from the issuance of these bonds totaling approximately $23.5 million. This is for projects related to the Parks and Rec Department, including the chiller at Belknap Ice Arena, and additionally some street lighting capital projects. An additional $800,000 is estimated for interest revenue to be earned on these bond proceeds. Item number 11 is also from the Engineering Department. This relates to the reconstruction of Fuller Avenue. They're requesting to appropriate an expenditure reimbursement in the amount of $322,000. This is from the MDOT Federal Aid Buyout Program grant for the reconstruction of Fuller Avenue. It's been determined that this should be coordinated with the Boston Square Together development projects. MDOT provides the option to exchange the STPU grant through this buyout program, in which 90% of the federal programmed amount is reimbursed. Item number 12 is also from the Engineering Department. This relates to improvements to Elger Ravine. They're looking to recognize and appropriate a reimbursement just under $5,000 from Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy. This relates to improvements to Elger Ravine east of Breton Avenue. And that is also being provided due to increased costs that were incurred during the COVID-19 pandemic. Item number 13 is the Clerk Department. This is a grant award from the Institute for Responsive Government in the amount of $100,000. This is to assist in the administration of elections. No local match is required for this grant. And our last item is from the Office of Sustainability. This is a grant-funded staffing support. The office is requesting to recognize and appropriate a grant award totaling approximately $90,000 from the U.S. Green Building Council. This will support an existing Administrative Analyst 1 position, the Healthy and Sustainable Buildings Policy Specialist. If the grant is not renewed nor additional funding secured, the position will be removed from the city's personnel roster, and there is, again, no local match requirement for this grant. And lastly, I'll just note that our contingent account remains unused for the year at $1.5 million.
Very good. Colleagues, questions about any of these items? All right, hearing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. That will bring us to our bid list resolution for September 24, 2024. And it was noted prior to this meeting that item number 3 on our agenda this morning and item number 6 on the bid list were actually a duplicative item. So if we can get a motion to approve the bid list but exempt item number 6, since we already approved it previously in this meeting.
So moved.
Support?
Support.
All right, very good. Moved and supported. Any questions about any of these items? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And then we'll turn us over to our Comptroller's warrant report for the period August 28th, 2024 through September 9, 2024. Mr. Comptroller.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the period referenced, the city released cash payments totaling approximately $19.2 million, which included just over $58,000 for income tax warrants. In terms of quantity, 197 income tax refunds were issued and 831 checks and electronic payments were issued during that period. And the tables on the following pages contain the details of all those payments that exceeded $20,000.
Very good. Questions for the Comptroller? All right, hearing none, the report will be received and filed. And our final item on the agenda this morning is our Treasurer's Report for the period August 27, 2024 through September 10, 2024. Mr. Will, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. The last time I was here, I explained how we invest tax collection money that is held for other taxing authorities, such as the city, such as the county, school systems, state education tax, and so forth. That money is invested, as with the city's own money. It's invested primarily with a goal of safety and security. Any interest we earn is nice to have, but that's not the driving force behind what we do. Last week, we were able to distribute that interest to those taxing authorities. Total amount was $255,710.74. So we're very pleased about those results. Obviously, those other taxing authorities are too. We certainly will be examining that structure going forward. Sounds like Kent County Treasurer has put out some feelers that we may come to an agreement to retain at least some portion of those interests to help defray the cost of issuing and collecting property taxes. Having said that, interest rates do matter a lot. Last week, the Federal Reserve Open Market Committee reduced interest rates by 0.5 percentage point. That is largely a result of success in bringing down inflation, being able to cut rates. Right now, the primary area of the economy that has so far been somewhat resistant to efforts has been housing. As you are well aware with your various affordable housing initiatives, that's a very tough nut to crack. However, overall lease payments do seem to be declining, but because of the nature of when you rent an apartment, you sign a 12-month lease, so that monthly payment is locked in for 12 months. That means inflation numbers for housing in particular tend to lag the rest of the economy by that period of time, on average 6 months. Overall, the economy is in very good shape. Employment is robust. With respect to rates in particular, we expect, as you see in the chart that I included in the report, overall short-term interest rates to land somewhere in the neighborhood of 3%. There's wide disagreement and relatively low confidence in the market of where exactly that's going to be. When the Federal Reserve issued its rate decision, it also issued a summary of economic projections, which the Fed seems to, those governors that are making the decisions, put a terminal rate somewhere in the neighborhood of 3.25% to 3.5%. The market's a solid half point lower. Regardless, though, obviously this is something we pay very close attention to, not only trying to maximize yield for the city, but as interest rates move, that is a key indicator and impact of where the economy is going, and we need to plan our investments accordingly. Having said all that, for the end of this period, we had a total of $753,578,768, earning 3.63%. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Colleagues, questions for the treasurer? All right, hearing none, that report will also be received and filed. And with that, we will conclude our fiscal committee here at 8:55. Thank you, everyone.
right, good morning, everybody. It is 9:15. We'll go ahead and get this morning's Community Development Committee meeting underway. We've got 10 items of business in front of us this morning, so we'll jump right in here with item number 1. We've got a resolution scheduling a public hearing on October 8th, 2024 to consider a second amendment to conditional transfer property agreement pursuant to Public Act 425 of 1984 with the City of Walker for the Walker View Development Project. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Ms. Rainero?
Great, thank you. Good morning, everybody. This is to facilitate infrastructure activities for Walker View. This is, as you mentioned, a second amendment. This originally was an agreement back in 16. It was amended in 18, and so we are talking about additional costs there of $290,400, as well as an extension to 2042. And we have representation in the audience if we have any other questions.
Great, thank you. I think this came before us a while back, even my time here, and it's essentially kind of like a property sharing agreement, so to speak, because it's an industrial parks. We're helping provide some of the infrastructure and funding that, and then portions of that are reimbursed out to City of Grand Rapids and then City of Walker through the taxes that are generated, right?
Yes, and this is really meant to focus on utilities on Walker Ave north to 4 Mile.
Okay, thanks. Any questions on that one, colleagues? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. Item number 2 is a resolution approving the transfer of new personal property exemption certificate number 310-2011 at 310 28th Street Southeast from Keebler Company to Kellanova Manufacturing LLC.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Back to you, Ms. Rainero.
Yes, this is really to benefit Kellanova Manufacturing, which is a subsidiary of the developer Keebler Company. It seems like it's pretty administratively a simple request before us today around reorganization of the assets within the company. So pretty straightforward.
Great, thank you. Any questions, colleagues? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. Thank you for being here. Item number 3 is a resolution authorizing an increase of $1,100,000 in expenditures with contracts as needed asbestos and lead abatement at various locations with a total not to exceed amount of $2 million.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. We've got Mr. Berkman here this morning.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. So this is for our as-needed contract handling of asbestos and lead materials, handling the abatement. We must contract directly for this work. It's not something that we can subcontract through, given it's regulated hazardous material. Previously, we brought before you an item extending the term of these contracts through the end of June 2025, but noted that it may be necessary to approve additional funding in the future. That previous authorization limit was $900,000, and with the removals that we've been experiencing at the 1500 Scribner facility, as well as anticipated needs at the fire training facility, we're seeking an increase of that authorization of $1.1 million, bringing that cap to $2 million. The amounts utilized under this authorization will be charged to those specific project budgets.
Okay, thanks. Any questions or comments, colleagues? Commissioner?
As I was reading through, I just noticed that this is increased year after year after year after year, like for the last 4 or 5 years. Do they have an idea of this is where it's going to be, or is it going to be like another year and then they're going to be like, we need another $1 million, right?
Right, so it increases based on how much we use it. And so there's the authorization that we seek from you basically sets our ceiling. And so under that ceiling, we operate when we have projects, and there's oftentimes, especially when we're dealing with older facilities, some level of abatement that's required. You just don't know the magnitude of that. Now, when we do a project, we'll do inspections to kind of gauge where it's included. But then once we actually get into it, the magnitude of it is oftentimes greater. And so it's not that we went out for a contract and said, we want you to perform abatement at these services. We went out for a contract to have those on-call services basically when projects come up. So as we utilize or exhaust that authorization level, we've come back to City Commission to increase it, and that's what we're seeking today.
Okay. Do you see it going up? When you think about the Scribner location, it's old.
Right, and this increase is primarily to cover where we're at with Scribner, where we see the needs, but also forecasting for the fire training center. But there are other projects that we'll be doing, and again, this term runs out at the end of June of next year, and so we'll be bringing a new contract back prior to that expiration, setting a new authorization level from which to spend on projects.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. And then with those specific project budgets, then I'm assuming that just comes out of like a contingent bucket essentially to help cover those costs?
Correct, yeah. Oftentimes when we bring projects to you, there may be a factor included in the budget or there's project contingencies. And in the case of Scribner, that's what we're drawing on, our project contingencies for these additional costs.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. Item number 4 is a resolution awarding a contract with Brick Plumbing LLC for replacement of private lead service lines at various locations, contract 2024-3, in the amount of $865,699.10, with a total project cost not to exceed $1,124,700.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported.
So this project is the first of 2 private lead service line replacement contracts on your agenda, replacing approximately 240. Again, private side being between the curb box and the meter. This project area is generally bounded by Quimby College, Carrier, and Carmen, so it's on the northeast side. Work is planned to begin yet this fall and has to be completed by June of 2025. Brick Plumbing provided that low bid of about $866,000, which was under the estimate of $964,000. They will be utilizing an 11% MLBE participation rate on the project. So seeking your approval today of that award to Brick with the total amount not to exceed $1,124,700 coming from the water fund.
All right, thanks. Any questions or comments, colleagues? All right, hearing and seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. Item number 5 is a resolution awarding a contract with McDonald Plumbing Company for replacement of private lead service lines at various locations, contract 2024-4, in the amount of $407,865, with a total project cost not to exceed $567,750.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported.
This project will replace approximately 123 private side lead service lines in the area generally surrounded by Richmond, Alpine, Courtney, and Tamarack. McDonald's provided the low bid of, again, having received 3 bids this time of $407,865. So we're seeking your approval of that award and the total amount not to exceed $567,750, also coming from the water fund.
Okay, thanks. Any questions, colleagues? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. That'll bring us to item number 6, which is a resolution approving a construction agreement in the amount of $47,250, an encroachment agreement, and accepting a sidewalk and utilities easement for Corewell Health new ambulatory building.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported.
So multiple facets of this resolution related to Corewell Health's new ambulatory building that's going in at the northwest corner of Michigan and Lafayette. The construction agreement component covers a new curb, sidewalk, and street lighting that's being installed along Michigan and Lafayette. The easement covers a portion of the new sidewalk that is extending beyond the limits of the right-of-way onto private property along both of those frontages. And then the encroachment agreement allows for the installation and outlines maintenance requirements associated with the snowmelt system they're proposing and sidewalk planters that they're seeking to install within the right-of-way. So asking for your approval on all of those.
All right, thanks. Any questions, colleagues? All right, hearing, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That carries. Item number 7 is a resolution awarding a contract with C&D Hughes Incorporated for various locations surface lot repairs in the amount of $584,472.80, with a total amount not to exceed $799,495.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported.
So we're working with Mobile GR to improve 9 of the surface parking lots that they manage. The work will include sub-base, pavement and brick repair, crack filling, and some site prep for future EV electric vehicle charging stations at some of those locations. 3 bids were received, with C&D Hughes providing that low bid of $584,472.80 under the estimate of about $604,000. They will be utilizing a 7% MLBE participation rate on the project. So seeking your approval of that award to C&D Hughes, and that total amount not to exceed of $799,495 will come from the parking system fund.
All right, thanks. And can you remind me, are the exact locations that those repairs will be done? Is that outlined in the memo if people are curious?
Yes, and I can list them briefly.
Sure,
But Area 3, Burton Heights South, Creston West, lot on Division, Easttown Ethel, Henry Charles, Madison Hall, Wealthy Charles, and West Fulton.
Awesome, thank you. Colleagues, any other questions or comments on that one? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. That will bring us to item number 8, which is a resolution approving a construction agreement in the amount of $5,000 and accepting a public utilities easement for Motown Square.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported.
This private development project consists of 54 senior assisted living units. It's located south of Hall Street between Cass Avenue and Lafayette Avenue. The construction agreement that's before you covers installation of a new public alley, street lighting, and public storm sewer that's being rerouted from the previous alley that was vacated. The utilities easement will cover the new storm sewer and provide rights to the city to maintain. So seeking your approval of this construction agreement and easement.
All right, thanks. Any questions, colleagues? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That carries. Item number 9 is a resolution awarding a contract with McGraw Construction Incorporated for Monroe Center parking ramp elevator replacement in the amount of $1,426,309, with a total amount not to exceed $1,837,630.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported.
This project will modernize the 2 elevators located at the Monroe Center parking ramp that are original to that ramp, constructed in 2003. They're at the end of their useful life and have shown signs of heavy use. So it's time to replace. McGraw provided the bid of $1,426,309, which was under our engineer's estimate of about $1.49 million. Seeking your approval of the award to McGraw in that total not to exceed amount of $1,837,630 will come from the parking system fund. Elevators are about 35 to 40 weeks out on lead time, so construction of this will take place next year.
Okay, thanks. Any questions or comments, colleagues? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. Our last item, number 10, is a resolution approving an easement to Consumers Energy at 2000 Division Avenue South in connection with electric vehicle charging infrastructure for $1.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported.
So Ms. Smith wants me to note that this is yet another Mobile GR item. This resolution,
thank you, Ms. Smith.
We're working with them on, this resolution will grant an easement to Consumers Energy within the city-owned parking lot that's located at the southeast corner of Division and Burton. That will accommodate electric vehicle charging infrastructure. There will be 2 ports on this pedestal charger that's being installed. One will be publicly accessible that can be booked through the Motu app. The other will be connected to a vehicle affiliated with the My Car Share program. So this resolution grants the easement to consumers to be able to install that underground infrastructure.
Okay, great. Any questions or comments on that one?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So this may be a little off topic. I don't know. So if people are coming in from out of the city, out of state, or whatever, and they don't have the Motu app, so with the Motu app, one, do they have to pay for it then to do the charging? Yes, because I don't have an electric vehicle, so I don't know. And then if they're coming in from out of the city, then that means they have to go through the whole process of signing up and doing all that. You know, from my understanding, for a lot of people driving electric vehicles, they don't plan to run out. They just, might get at the edge and then they're searching for a spot. So how does that work?
Yeah. You want to take that?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Sorry, Tim.
No.
No, that's a great question. EV vehicles, what you're describing is range anxiety is what they call it. Range anxiety, where you're like, I only have so much battery left and I need to charge up. So we're trying to help build out that EV infrastructure to kind of help encourage that ownership and take that away a little bit more in our city. The city's doing a great job. What happens with our Motu app is that's just how we charge a premium for parking at the charging stations. There'll be charge point charging stations. Those are in some of our ramps. There's some out here on Ottawa. And so you actually use two things. You use the ChargePoint app, and this is very common for EV users, and then you use Motu and you pay like a premium for parking as well on top of that. And that's how we charge for parking at an EV spot, because we're not allowed to charge. We're not a utility, so we're not allowed to charge for the actual electricity. We just charge a premium on the parking. Does that help?
Yes.
Did I get all of your questions there? Okay, cool. It's a
for now.
Yeah, it's a huge topic and it's very exciting. So thank you for bringing that up for clarity.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. And just as a follow-up too, so the Motu charge then would kind of also help prevent a scenario where somebody's just charging to use the parking spot, but then is using it longer than intended, right?
What's your question?
So, like, I mean, if somebody's, say I have an EV and I'm going to use one of these charging stations, hypothetically, if I wasn't separately paying for parking, I could just pay to charge it and then leave my car there as long as I wanted to, right? As opposed to the Motu kind of enforces frequency and allowing other people to use those as well.
Yes. What happens at other charging stations that are on our Motu apps, for example, like just another charge point station, that's the company that we're using for charge stations. They actually have things where if you're parked there longer than you're supposed to, they'll charge you for sitting there, and it's super expensive. So if you're done charging and you're taking up that spot and somebody else can't charge, a common practice in the industry is just charge a lot of money for you to sit there. So they're kind of charging you for parking.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
But it stops charging when you're charged up. So
Okay.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that
Hope that helps.
clarifies. Thank you. Definitely. All right. Well, hearing no other questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That carries. So that concludes our scheduled business items here. So I'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting at 9:32, and we'll see everybody back here at 10 o'clock for Committee of the Whole.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Committee of the Whole on this lovely rainy September 24th morning. Commissioners, we have a number of action items before us today, 5, and then we have 2 pretty in-depth briefings that will probably take some time to get through. And then we also today have public safety, we have civil service, so we have a full day ahead of us before we're back together tonight at 7 o'clock for our evening meeting. So with that, I'll go ahead and get started with the first item. This is a resolution approving the request from Raktai LLC for a development district liquor license located at 435 Ionia Avenue Southwest. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right, moved and supported. City Clerk, you want to tell us about this?
Sure. Raktai has been in the downtown market since the opening as counter service, and they are going to be moving into the location that Social House was in. So it's going to be nice to have a full sit-down restaurant inside of downtown market. You know, with Slows going out and Social House moving out, that hasn't been there. So it's going to be a fantastic addition, especially to see a business go from counter service to a full-service restaurant, which is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, thank you. We have a representation here from Raktai. Commissioners, just to let you know, we did review this request in front of our DDA, Downtown Development Authority, and we too were excited to see this small business grow right here in the city and expand and stay in our city, and we voted unanimously in support of this development district liquor license. Commissioners, you have any questions or comments? All right, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, that'll be on our agenda tonight for final approval. That will take us to our next item. This is a resolution to approve amendment number 42 to add the Township of Blendon as a member of the Grand Valley Metro Council. Can I get a motion?
So moved. Support.
All right, moved and supported. City Manager, you serve on the Metro Council. Commissioners, this is a technicality. It's a process under the Metro Council. Anytime there's a new member, it has to go before all of the other members who serve on the Metro Council for approval. So that's why it's before us today. City Manager, anything to add?
No, Mayor, you covered it. It's another township in our neighboring Ottawa County coming on to the Metro Council.
Great, thank you. All right, any questions, Commissioners? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next that will take us to a resolution amending City Commission Policy 700-02, submission of applications for grant and aid assistance. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Hello and good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Mayor. What you have before you this morning is a proposed amendment to our City Commission Policy 700-02. For the past several years, we have included very specific language in our budget amendment request when a position is added to the personnel roster and that position is grant funded. And what that language has essentially stated is once that grant expires, if the grant itself is not renewed or an acceptable alternative funding source secured, then that position would be removed from the permanent personnel roster. In other words, it shouldn't just automatically be assumed that there will be general fund or other operating fund support for that position. So all this policy amendment is doing is basically formalizing that language into this policy. And I just further want to state that our department's grant coordinator has been working on a citywide administrative policy for the general management of grants, and it's going to be much more exhaustive than what this city commission policy currently provides. So I want to put that out there as well.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I know we've talked about this around this table in the past. Commissioner O'Connor has brought it up multiple times, especially during our budget process. And so I appreciate this coming before us today. I do think it's good practice. City Manager, anything to add?
I think this will help us even with rating agencies as we get reviewed for good fiscal policy.
Yeah, thanks. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? Commissioner O'Connor?
No, I just want to say thank you to staff for putting this together. I know it's something I've talked about many times over the years, and just to have this formalized as good fiscal practice is important, and I appreciate the work to get this on the agenda.
Yeah, thanks. Anything else? All right, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next that will take us to a resolution approving a brownfield plan amendment for the Southtown Lofts redevelopment project, and this is located at 640 Eastern Avenue Southeast. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right, moved and supported. We have our Economic Development Director, Ms. Sarah Renero, here to tell us about this item. Hey.
Morning, everybody. Yes, this is a project that has been in a few different spots along the process in front of you, but just to jog the memory, this is along the Eastern Corridor, and it's a structurally impaired building, 2 stories, that we're going to demolish and put up a 4-story mixed-use building with 12 different units dedicated to AMIs under 70%. This is traditional brownfield plan eligible activities, and that being lead and asbestos abatement, demo, infrastructure, site prep. And I just wanted to also highlight the different financiers into this project. There's varying different streams. So besides the resolution before you today, the Corridor Improvement Authority contributed a facade grant. The MEDC contributed revitalization and placemaking grant. And finally, there was an emerging developer grant through the revolving fund at the brownfield level. So I think that's pretty unique stack.
Yeah, thank you. This is an exciting project. I think most of us are very familiar with it. I'm glad to see it move forward. Commissioner Sassi, you serve on our Brownfield Authority for this body. Anything to add to this item?
No, I think I'll just say, thank you, Mayor. I think just the comments of being able to see the multiple, both locally and at the state level, the investment pieces, and I think as we talked about this one a couple weeks ago, just where the AMI sits, I think that is obviously a question that we often have. We know we need housing at all price points, and so I'm just glad to add this into that category. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for your service on that board. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, and then a companion item. This is a resolution establishing the 640 Eastern Avenue Neighborhood Enterprise Zone for the same project, Southtown Lofts project, located at 640 Eastern Avenue Southeast. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right, moved and supported. Any additional questions or comments? All right, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, thank you. All right, Commissioners, that will take us to our 2 briefings. The first one is a materials management overview and rate study presentation. One of my favorite topics. We have James Hurt coming up. Years ago, when I was a city commissioner, I actually served on the countywide waste management team before the recycling facility was built, and learned more about waste than I ever thought I would know. And so we know that this is important on a whole host of levels, including environmentally. So we'll get an update today. I do see Steve Faber here. He's over at the county with the Department of Public Works, has been working on some countywide initiatives. And so if you do have questions about those, we have an expert in the house who can help with that as well. Before I hand it over to James for the presentation, City Manager, anything to add?
Thank you, Mayor. I know this has been one of our priorities we've been talking about in terms of both improving the service delivery to our residents, but also helping us make progress on our materials management for sustainability purposes. And so this has been something that has been in the making for some time, and I appreciate the work of staff and our partners from SES Engineers, who you also will hear from today. I want to preface the presentation by we're not asking you to make a decision today. And there's going to be some recommendations that have been identified by the consultant that will be pretty transformational for our city. And we want to you to be able to digest it today and hear at least our thoughts on how we might proceed. But again, I want to emphasize we're not asking for a decision from the body today. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hurd.
All right, thank you. All right, James, take it away.
Yeah, good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Clerk, Deputy City Attorney. Mayor, as you said, this is a topic that we've talked about quite a bit in the past. Over the last 6 to 12 months, we've had components of materials management brought before you, and we've had several discussions. Today, you're going to have a comprehensive view of those services. You're going to have a comprehensive overview of the rate study that's been completed, And I'm joined today by Public Works Director, Mr. John Gorney. And I'm joined with our consultant from SCS Engineers, Ms. Vita Quinn. She's going to walk you through that as well. These are important services that we provide to our community. These are services that touch citizens nearly every single week. And, we as a department in Public Works hide that in high regard. They're important for the public health and safety of our community. They're important for the quality of life for our residents. And they're important for advancing our sustainability goals, as the city manager mentioned. So we're going to have a brief introduction of those services. We're going to talk a bit about disposal options, some of the things that we've talked about in the past, particularly those that are facing us going forward as it relates to our agreement with the waste energy facility. And as the city manager mentioned, some policy and operational considerations. Ms. Quinn will come up and talk through the rate study and present that to you as well, and then we'll kind of conclude with some next steps. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. John Gorney.
All right, thank you. Welcome, good to see you.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, City Clerk, Deputy City Attorney. As James said, this is an important piece of what we do for the community. It touches people every day. We're proud of the work that we do, and our staff, we believe we do a great job. So what is materials management? For us in the city of Grand Rapids, we have 4 main areas or components that make up materials management. And starting with refuse or garbage collection and then disposal. We have trucks on the road every single day, and you'll hear more about the number of customers that we serve on a daily basis. It includes curbside recycling collection and disposal of that material, yard waste collection at the curb and disposal of that material and processing of that material, and then our compost facility that we manage. Within those 4 areas, we have 17 core activities or functions. And here you're seeing a cost of service summary which outlines the revenue source for each one of those functions as well as the expenses related to those functions. 2 that I want to highlight enhancements that we've had over the last couple of years, starting with right-of-way cleanup. So you'll see we haven't spent a whole lot of money in that category. We've had to take some time to staff up, and so we're calling this our corridor cleaning crew or our clean community crew, and we are at this point fully staffed and attacking that work. That has been noticed by the community. So the corridors that we've highlighted, we hit every day, that's been noticed by the community. So you're going to see those costs go up, but we've planned for those, and this is just showing what we spent to date. Another thing I want to highlight are the neighborhood cleanups. We were asked to enhance the neighborhood cleanups and what we could do. And one of the main asks that we had was, can you give us an additional day? What does it look like to have an additional cleanup? So we were able to do that. We were able to accommodate the neighborhoods that wanted an addition to their cleanup, so they had secondary days. But we also added some other functions to that. We were able to add recycling, scrap metal, textile collection. And so textiles, we partnered with Goodwill Industries for collection of textiles and then recycling. And then we have a local private company that's helped us out with styrofoam collection and recycling. So as you're aware, in the city of Grand Rapids, we have a very unique system. We have a pay-as-you-throw system. And overall, the community loves that system. It's great. It's equitable for the users. Within Grand Rapids, we're an open market. So what does an open market mean? It means we're open for business. Any one of us could start our own trash company and work within the city of Grand Rapids. So not only do we have private haulers in the city, we have our own staff within the city doing that work. We as a city, we currently have approximately 80% of the residential market. So we have just over 52,000 customers. We have the bulk of the residential market. Our system allows for each individual resident to customize what their trash service to what their needs are. And so with that, we have the 3 offerings of cart sizes. It's customizable, and it's also self-managed. So if you don't have trash this week, you don't put your cart out, you can put it out next week. You only pay when it's tipped. And that's, like I said, it's very positive for the community. It's very equitable. We also have an income-based service. We have a partnership with the Home Repair Services of West Michigan, so they help us qualify customers that might need some additional help there. And we currently have approximately 900 customers that are on that service. Wanted to highlight our RFID technology that we use in the trucks. So it's significant for the pay-as-you-throw. It does have an expense to it, a cost to it. It is a costly system, but its accuracy is very significant. We have a high rate of accuracy with that system. On the commercial side, we do have roughly about 35 customers around the city, which do include some other city departments. We receive requests on a weekly basis for additional services around the city for commercial. We do currently have 2 front-load trucks that handle our commercial routes. Other items with refuse collection include bulk, illegal dumping, and dead animal collection within the street right-of-way. But I want to highlight with bulk items, we'll talk some more about that as we go through. There has been a significant rise in bulk items over the last 4 or 5 years. If you remember, we talked about that during the budget presentations earlier this year. Illegal dumping with the corridor crew that we've added, we have been able to proactively catch those, whereas before we were getting constant complaints about illegal dumping, which we still get those complaints, but at least we're able to be proactive with that group. So where does all that material go when we collect it? It goes to the county's waste-to-energy facility. A little bit of history on waste within the city. From 1950s to the early 70s, everything that was collected in the city went to the city's, at the time, city's Butterworth landfill, which is now closed. From that point on, from the early 70s to 1990, waste was transported to Kent County's South Kent landfill, so on the south end of the county. In 1985, the city entered into an agreement with the Kent County Board of Public Works, along with the other core cities around the area. So the core 6 cities entered into an agreement. And that agreement allowed for flow control. So flow control, what that means is everything that's collected within the core 6 cities is required to be delivered, transported to the county's waste-to-energy facility. So what that facility does, it incinerates the material and creates electricity. So it is it's a good process. From that point on, the construction finished in 1990, and at that point we had a $39.07 per ton tip rate at the facility. From 1985 till 2025, next year, is the 40-year agreement, and that agreement is set to expire, which you may have heard some already, and you'll hear more about that in the coming months. From there, in 2008, the tipping fees reached a high of $79.37, primarily due to the debt service on the facility. Once that was paid off, there was a decrease to $45 per ton in 2013. And then we've steadily had some increases up to what is the current rate, which is $75.68 per ton. But that does include a $1.68 per ton landfill legacy surcharge. It's important to know that about a little over 30% of the material that does make its way to the waste-to-energy facility does get transported to the county's South Kent landfill, and that's mostly due to capacity or overcapacity at the facility. Over the last few years, the county has been working through some capital improvements at the facility, and you'll see they're extensive. There's $42 million worth of improvements. Last year, the county introduced what's called the Sustainability Park, and there were some really great ideas behind that park, and still are, although the county paused that program and took a step back and is taking a deeper dive into what that looks like going forward. The county is looking at a sustainability park, but more a phased approach than what they were before. That does include, though, some type of flow control, not just for the core 6 cities, but for the remainder of the county. And for us in the city, I believe that will equalize the rates a little bit better across the county. On the recycling side of things, so we do collect recycling for about 56,000 customers around the city. It's important to know that recycling is funded by the millage, so there's no direct out-of-pocket cost to the residents. That does, because of that, does create some challenges for us with contamination. And what contamination means is items that go into the recycling that are not recyclable or not allowed at the county's facility. So we've been working on what can we do to help educate the residents. One piece of that, we do have a multifamily grant program that we've been working through, and a component of that is a a partnership with Prairie Robotics. So Prairie Robotics, we have cameras in 3 of our recycling trucks that identify material as it's dumped into the truck. Those items that are identified as non-recyclable, then we generate a postcard that goes to the resident at that address explaining that this was not recyclable. And at this point, we're nearing the end of that program. I will tell you that overall, we have a great group of people that recycle in the community. It has not been as extensive as what we thought. So that material then makes its way to the material recovery facility that's managed by the county. That facility's been around since 2010, and we have an agreement through 2030. When the facility opened, there was a $0 per ton tip fee at the facility. And you'll see over the years that tip fee has continued to increase and is now at a maximum of $70 per ton, or the maximum it's been to this point. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah, so explanation behind that. So there's a couple of reasons, and part of that is it's an expensive facility to operate. So that's going to be the equipment, and I know the county's put some significant improvements into that facility over the last several years. And then additionally, that material, so the market changes all the time. So what material can be sold, what material can't be sold. Oftentimes, when the market flips and there's a material that cannot be sold, it has to then be transported to the landfill, and there's cost associated with that. All right, then we move into yard waste. We do have a cart, bag, and tag program, which is very popular around the city, and it receives mixed reviews. Some residents really love carts, others really love the bags, and vice versa. Overall, we're looking at that program and what we can do to improve it. It's not self-sustaining, so that it's important to note that the millage does support that program because it's not self-sustaining. At the yard waste facility, we also take all of our storm debris, so as crews collect debris from storms, it's processed there, along with our street sweepings and the leaves that we collect in the fall. A couple things with street sweepings. In the spring, the first spring that we do is what we call a dirty sweep, meaning there are too many contaminants to reuse, so that material is landfilled. Every sweep after that throughout the remainder of the year goes into the process as part of the composting operation. We're currently looking at an organics collection pilot, so we're working on a grant program. And we're excited about that because if you're aware, the majority of material that goes to the landfill is organic, so food waste. So we're really excited. Think we have some great things in store for you that we'll be bringing forward in the near future. Currently at that site, there's a contractor called We Care Denali. They manage the site for us, and they do a great job. They produce some really good products for us. So establishing some future strategies. We did have an operational analysis that was conducted in 2019 into 2020 with MSW Consultants, and you'll see, as you hear some of the rate study information today, you'll see some, if you were around at that time, you'll see some similarities. Historically, when we've instituted rate changes, it's been reactionary to changes in the market versus what we would look at long-term or what the community goals are. If you remember correctly, we had a 10% rate increase on our cart fees this past year, and those were based on a couple of items. So the cost of equipment, technology, staffing, labor costs, those were part of that, but then also the county sustainability park and the anticipated costs for that park. As I mentioned, there's been a step back by the county at least at this point. The expectations from the community with everything, they continue to increase, particularly I mentioned earlier around bulk collection. So the clean community services that we're offering now are very well received. But yard waste and organics collection, we've seen an increase at the yard waste facility year over year for the last 4 years on the amount of material that we're processing at that facility. The rate study that you're going to hear about today can, like I said, be paired with the operational analysis that we had in 2019 and hopefully chart a path for us going forward for materials management within the city. Some future strategies or key policy or operational considerations for you today. As the city manager mentioned, we're not asking for decisions today, but want you to be aware of some things that we're looking at. The rate study took a look at our current model, our pay-as-you-throw model versus what it looks like, our current model for an open market versus what it looks like to have the city as the exclusive hauler. So you'll hear a little bit about that today. It also looked at our per-tip fee, which is the pay-as-you-throw model, versus the traditional monthly or quarterly bill. And then they also took a look at what it would be if we had a ready-to-serve charge. So you'll hear from Vita on what that looks like. Ready-to-serve charges essentially look at what are our fixed costs. So our fixed costs are going to be equipment and staffing. And regardless of whether or not you put your card out, those costs are there. It does look at some of the rebalancing. So we have some of our components that are not sustaining. And so can we rebalance how we're charging to make that work? And then our onboard technology, looking at some updates there. It is, as I mentioned, it's an important technology. It's an expensive technology, but it's actually, it's very on point. And then lastly, the study did include some information from Kent County and as far as the sustainability park and what that might look like going forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Vita Quinn for the rate study analysis.
Hi. Vita Quinn, Director of Management Services for SCS. Just so I can introduce myself briefly, our management service practice specializes in financial, economic, and management consulting services, specializing in particular in local governments. Solving local government problems, as you imagine, is largely financial much of the time. I'm also SCS's national expert on solid waste rate making. So coming into this process, just so you understand what our approach is and where we are in the process right now, is we come in and we talk to the city about what your issues have been, where you are versus where you want to be, and then we enter into the financials. What does that look like in terms of your financial projections over the long term? And then given the services that you provide or want to provide, we look at the cost to provide those services on an individual function basis, and then we turn that into an updated rate structure. Basically, how do we charge our customers to reflect those cost of services? And where we are right now is really at that input and next steps part, where we want to present this to you, get some input going forward, and hopefully get some consensus on what to do. Some of the things that we noticed that were important considerations in this rate study is that the RFID technology you use for your fleet is a relatively expensive thing to replace. It does enable you to have that true cost of service-based rate structure that you have, but again, when that fleet needs to be updated, those costs are a little bit more expensive. One of the big things, and this has already been mentioned a couple times, is that you're facing potentially up to a 25% disposal cost increase in the next fiscal year or in a couple coming fiscal years, and that would definitely change the city's outlook financially. And then, as was also mentioned, this isn't really an issue, but your yard waste and bulk collections are subsidized by millage. It would be very hard to charge true cost of services for those. So within the rate structure, we were looking at a way to make sure that those services are still paid for. So we start the process with revenue sufficiency analysis. Basically just what it sounds. Do you have enough money to pay for your operations? And then from there, we take that number that we know is enough to pay for that and say, okay, let's divide that up into the different functions that you provide. And then the third step is, now that we have those costs in each one of those individual buckets, then we just simply do the math to say, then what is that unit cost for each customer? The data that goes into the model, we take the existing fund balances, we look at several years of history of how the city budgets versus how you spend so that we get an accurate projection going forward. Look at the budget for 2024, the 10-year capital expenditure program, and then those are the items that we bring into that revenue sufficiency projection. It is going to be a lot to look at some of these graphs, so just to kind of simplify what it all is, it's really just a cash flow model, which simply says if you make more than you spend, you're accruing funds, you're cash flow positive over the long term. That continues to be a sustainable outlook. Conversely, if you continually spend more than you make, you're drawing down fund balance. And at some point, something's going to have to be done to rectify that. So that's what we're looking at as we do these projections going forward. This is a snapshot of the dashboard of our model. And what you're really focusing on is that fund balance graph, because again, we're just looking at making sure that you meet your adequate targets over the long term, which would be that red line on that graph. That represents about 3 months of operations and maintenance expenses, which would be the working capital reserve target that is recommended generally by rate-making entities, by bonding agencies and everything, as indicative of being a healthy utility. So baseline, given that we were anticipating that there could be a 25% increase in the future, that 10% rate increase was implemented for carts and 5.75% on bags and tags. As you can see, the outlook remains positive in this scenario. So then we wanted to consider a couple different scenarios that might help the city in the longer term financially. One of those was that you were considering becoming the exclusive hauler for residential properties. That would mean about a 23% increase in the city's customer base, meaning that those costs would be spread over more customers, even though there would be some upfront investment. There would be about 8 additional full-time equivalent employees, 4 trucks, and 12,500 carts. The outlook for this, as you can see compared to the last time, is more positive, and given the increase that has already been implemented. Again, there's an upfront cost, but because you have more customers paying, the financial outlook is better in the long term. The second scenario, again, that we mentioned with the disposal cost increase, if that 25% increase is realized, that's where that 10% really becomes very important in the long term. You do begin to draw down fund balance in that last year. I know you could argue it's slightly below the target, but that's a few years out. So we feel that that 10% is adequate in the near term to make sure that at least within the 5-year plan, you don't fall below your working capital targets. That plan, I should mention, does also include inflationary-like increases in the subsequent years. Next, we go into the cost of service analysis. As I mentioned, just really takes that revenue requirement or the amount of money that we're generating in the revenue sufficiency analysis, and then really says, how do we allocate that to each function that the city provides? And as John mentioned, there's 17 different functions. We do this on a pretty detailed basis, working with the city. We do a workflow allocation, basically asking how does each person spend their time, an equipment allocation, how do each piece of equipment spend its time, how is it utilized, and that's what helps us, along with other things that can obviously be directly allocated into some of these cost centers, but it helps us come to these numbers and understand really where are your costs coming from. And then, as I mentioned, knowing now the cost to provide each function, we can get into the rate structure. The way you charge your customers is a true pay-as-you-throw. And I do want to say that, and I told them I would say this, I'm a pretty big fangirl on your rate structure. I just feel that it's one of the most equitable ways to charge your customers. It truly does allow you to protect affordability for your residents that may be the most fiscally constrained. It is a guaranteed revenue stream for the city. You have an online platform where people can prepay. Residents have the ability to schedule service when they need it, and the city has the ability to have more efficient routes because they know when those containers need to be tipped. The rate structure analysis, again, as I mentioned, uses the cost of service analysis, and we look at the proposed rates compared to the way you currently charge your customers. So in this table, you see for each container size, the rate per tip currently or in 2024, and then the proposed collection charge and disposal charge, which gets you to your total proposed rate. We break those out. That's not something that you would normally see on a bill, but I did this just for ease of understanding why those rates are slightly different for the different containers. As you can imagine, regardless of the size of container, you're really still putting the same people in the same trucks and sending them out in the field to collect. The difference is in the disposal charge, because for smaller containers, there is less of a cost to dispose. We did a rate survey comparing your 64-gallon cart per tip to other comparable cities that the city had identified. And there are some notes on here that some of these cities are better equivalents than the others, but as you can see, both your current and even proposed rate really fall well within the median of those cities. Some other considerations, this had been mentioned briefly, that we talked about a readiness to serve charge. If you deal much with your water and wastewater utilities, you're familiar with this. There's always a readiness to serve or a base facility charge. That recognizes the fact that there are fixed costs to operating the system. Regardless of whether you collect 100 containers today or 1,000, you have the same trucks, the same staff, and those costs aren't going to go away. Even when there are seasonal fluctuations. So the way to potentially recover some of that fixed revenue would be to consider a readiness to serve charge or a flat monthly charge, and then have an additional charge per tip. So what we did was we took 50% of those most fixed costs, the fleet, and really said, okay, what if we took 50% of those fleet costs and divide them among the 56,500-ish customers billed annually? What would that readiness to serve charge look like? And that works out to about $3.60 per customer. And as you can see at the table at the bottom, the advantage there is now you're transferring some of that revenue requirement to that fixed charge, and now the fee per tip actually decreases for all the customers. So going forward, our recommendations, it is better financially for the city to become the exclusive hauler for residential. It's always, of course, going to be our recommendation that you align your rates with the cost to provide services. But the third consideration is that if you are considering that readiness to serve charge, the only caveat is that you might consider how you're going to bill that to make sure that you've accounted for both the administrative difficulties and any costs that might be associated with collecting that. If it can be done within the city's existing billing system, that may be something that happens rather easily. There's also, in other communities, you could potentially bundle it on a utility bill or consider, something else on the tax bill, however you want to be able to recover that. But each strategy has different, as I said, administrative difficulties. Next steps for you is really to look at the rate plan that you want to adopt. And our recommendations to make sure that you stay on track financially is that the revenue sufficiency portion of the analysis is usually something you update every 1 to 2 years. That's just saying, okay, we have this 10-year financial plan, but things obviously change every year. You're looking at some potential large disposal cost increases in the near future. Updating that and just making sure that you stay on track keeps you from falling behind financially in the long term. The rate structure portion of the analysis is something that you really only do periodically, maybe every 3 to 5 years, or as your services and your demographics significantly change, and that may trigger the need to look at those rates again.
Thank you, Mr. Gordy, Ms. Quinn. Commissioners, Mayor, I just want to note one thing. When we talk about exclusive hauler, we didn't really talk about this, but I want to note the greenhouse gas emissions of not having 4 trucks running come down the street every week, and the wear and tear on our streets with only 1 truck going on our streets versus 4 or 5. There's certainly an advantage from a sustainability looking at the exclusive hauler. And with that, next steps. Continuing our engagement with neighborhood representatives to discuss options and alternatives for service in this area. Evaluate options and propose alternatives to the current bag and tag programs. Mr. Gordy talked a bit about that. I know I've talked with several of you about this in the past. And then lastly, determining if a change is desired in the current waste hauler model. And with that, our team is here to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you, James. I appreciate this update. It's very thorough, and I think it captures all the work that's been done in the past and what's before us today. And I think it's really timely knowing where we are with some of the changes that likely will be coming down the pike at the county level. So thank you for this update and for the consultant and the team that has worked so hard on it. My one question is related to the single hauler recommendation. Do you know off the top of your head how many other cities have single hauler requirements? Is that a common practice? I'm just curious. I know about communities that have flow control. I know about communities that do their refuse through somewhat of an RFP process, where they have areas of a city that only certain haulers can haul in to do just that, to not have 5 trucks going down a street. But I'm curious if you know if there's any cities citywide that have a single hauler requirement.
It was something that we had looked into initially, and I'm trying to remember the outcomes of that. We did look at a number of cities, but you're right. It is more common that you see it in a franchise or a permit situation, but it's still basically accomplishing the same thing.
Right.
We're trying to reduce the number of trucks going up and down the same streets. I mean, I think most famously you see it happen in New York City, where they have zones and they have only specific haulers that can go on those streets, and they're pretty strict about it. But there are cities that have that, and yes, also a lot of times it's through flow control, and that may be citywide. It may be also include commercial. In this case, we're specifically talking about residential.
Okay, good to know. Thanks.
As part of this process, we've been looking at our ordinances and what that would look like if we did move that direction. And during that process, we discovered that there are 3 other cities within the state of Michigan that are single hauler. One in particular has an exclusive hauler, not city staff, but an exclusive hauler. The other 2 are exclusive, but city staff.
Oh, good to know. Thanks, John. Commissioner Robbins, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. 2 quick questions. Just one, I was wondering if you could maybe detail the differences between the baseline scenario and scenario 2 again, just to highlight those. And then while you're gearing up for that too, I also would be interested to see, I know there is a lot in limbo at the county, it seems, with what their solutions are going to be, but I know like the city of Detroit also does single hauler, or they at least zone out their city being so large to a couple different contractors, which then submit RFPs and ensure that that process is competitive and giving, residents the best quality at the best price too. So just in the spirit of, I guess, not leaving any option off the table, I think I'd be interested to see what something like that could look like as well.
I'll start with the scenario comparisons. The baseline assumes that your financials continue as they are, that you're not immediately realizing that 25% disposal cost increase, but we wanted to make sure that the rate increase would still be sufficient over the 10-year term, enough to show you that you can justify a rate increase because you are increasing service levels. You might need some of those additional dollars beyond that minimum working capital target, but that's not with that 25%. So when we move forward to scenario 2, now you're realizing that 25% increase, and now you can see why that was important, because you are still requiring some inflationary-like increases in subsequent years, but it's not as dramatic as it would be if you had waited to implement those increases.
Okay, thanks. That helps clarify.
Thanks. Do you have a follow-up question, Commissioner? No? Okay.
No, I'm all good. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go down here to Commissioner O'Connor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of questions as I try to unpack how this works in the real world, right? Like, I've always liked the pay-as-you-throw system. I think it's convenient and, works well in a lot of the scenarios you lay out. But when you talk about the fact that there's a house or a unit that has a trash can and a recycling can, and maybe they do, run a little short on cash this month and don't want to make the decision to put the trash out, but, they still got dirty diapers or something else they want to get rid of, right? That's when they end up in the recycling can. So from how do we fix both of the problems, right? Make it a sustainable enterprise going forward, but also ensure that what does get recycled is good. Is there a scenario that could play out where, we go to a single hauler, that increases revenue, there's a way to ensure that you don't have to make that choice, right? That if the truck's coming down the road, or recycling truck or trash truck, you can just put your card out and not have to worry about, did I reload my account? Did I put it in the right can? It's just people have the ability to just put both cans out and know that on a Friday when my trash gets picked up, it's just going to get taken care of. And I think we've talked about that before. There may be a little more increment in the millage that we could authorize to help subsidize some of that. If we went to the single hauler, that adds a little more increment to it to help offset that. I just imagine that's a different scenario. I also think that solves some of the issues we've heard in the past about some of the rental units and landlords who don't provide trash services for their tenants. So then that's when we end up with situations where garages get full of stuff. That's why we have to provide dumpster days on to the cost of $250,000 a year to offset that, because people are just landlords are hiding trash in their garages from their tenants that they didn't want to have the ability to pick up. And so how do we? It's kind of a two-layer conversation. How do we both solve the problem of the financial outcome, but also getting better outcomes for ensuring that, from the equitability standpoint, if I have something, I can put it in the right bin and it just gets taken care of.
I can kick that off with the rate making. So just from the rate making perspective, I think that's why the pay-as-you-throw part with the different can sizes is important, because it's not only meant for customers that maybe dispose of less in general, but maybe for those that might want to dispose more frequently. So if I have a 96-gallon container and I don't necessarily need that tipped every week, but I'm throwing things into it, that's fine as long as I don't have significant putrescible waste that's bothering me. So then it might be an opportunity, and this is not in all cases, but to be able to downsize to a smaller container and have that tipped more frequently, and it would be less expensive. But operationally, I'll let you all speak to it. Go ahead, John.
Maybe I can add, I think what you're saying, just as a base service level, that residents could expect at least minimum service level without a tip fee, and the frequency to be determined. But in other cities where you don't pay as you throw, it's a fee for the card, and you get that. It doesn't matter how frequently you use it, you're going to pay it, but every week or however often it comes down, you're going to be able to tip. And so maybe there's some hybrid model to be explored where, because technically with the millage, they're already paying for some minimum level of service, and so maybe we can look at that and see if there's a way to have a hybrid model.
Yes, I mean, I have the biggest recycling can and the smallest trash container, right? And that works well for my family. Sometimes I wish the recycling container could get picked up every week instead of every other week, because, my wife buys a lot of stuff on Amazon. So, the incentive to me is if that recycling can could get picked up, well, I probably would even be able to put more stuff in the recycling can. Sometimes it's to the point it's so full I can't do it, and so then I have to make the default choice to put it in my very tiny trash can, which does go out every week because that's sufficient. But or it's a holiday and it's Christmas and you got a bunch of extra junk laying around your house. You have people over to your house. There's scenarios where that plays out. So if everyone had a base level of a 32-gallon trash can and a 32-gallon recycling bin, and I had the option as a consumer to pay a delta to get me up to a 96-gallon, and I knew that it was going to get picked up every week instead of every other week, I think that would potentially eliminate some of those scenarios.
Everything you mentioned is exactly what we've experienced on the operations side. The challenge is because most people don't see those direct out-of-pocket costs for the recycling. Mm-hmm. So as the city manager mentioned, a blended rate might be the ideal situation where you don't have to make that choice. And as Ms. Quinn alluded to, we have fixed costs already in place. So our presentment rate on the refuse side of things is a little over 50%. So presentment means when we drive down the street, about 50% of the homes have their carts out. We still have the same cost to go down the street. So you're right. As the city manager mentioned, like I said, a blended rate is probably the most ideal. I know the county has some other solutions in mind that might help in the future as well.
And I guess the other question is on the organic side, right? Like we've done a great job with the Denali folks to make that facility really hum. I know that especially my first ward constituents love that place and value that extensively. But if 60% of the stuff that is going into the waste stream is organic, at what point does it make sense to potentially have to have all three carts? Where I don't have to make the choice whether to throw my carrot peels and my onion stems into the garbage disposal. I can throw them in my yard waste bin, and it all goes to the same place.
I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I did want to introduce it, that we are looking at that, and we're deep into applying for that grant, and we're pretty excited about the opportunities that it's going to bring for us.
You could have a backyard composting site.
I know.
It's a great question, and you're absolutely right. We did an analysis, not we, I think the county did it, and we looked at our waste stream, and there's a significant percentage of the waste that is organic. So we have a good breakdown and sense of what is being put in the recycling and refuse bins that I think can help us drive decision-making. Commissioner Goy?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the report. As a small business owner, I'm thinking maybe along a different way. I'm wondering if you thought about what impact this may have on the small haulers who are currently serving residents in the city of Grand Rapids. And then I'm wondering how much savings will moving to a single service provider bring to the residents of the city of Grand Rapids? I mean, to me, it's like, hey, if the cost is going to be similar to what they're already paying to the private hauler, it seems to me like all we're doing is moving someone out of the business, and we're going to step into their business. Is there significant savings that the residents will experience because of this change?
I think there's a few things to unpack here. First of all, have we talked to the private haulers? We have had conversations with the private haulers, not all of them. I will say that the majority of the comments that have been back to us, especially from the larger haulers, they are surprised that the city hasn't implemented this sooner. As far as the impact to the resident, if we go back a few slides, you'll see that this one here specifically, if we are the single hauler, you can see that our fund balance grows significantly. So for me, I look at that and I see there's opportunity to look at our rates and maybe have some significant savings for the individual users. And then there was a third question you had. That was
John, do we have a breakdown of residential utilization, city services versus private?
We do. I don't have that in front of me today, but we do have that.
Okay. I haven't seen it in a while.
But I thought earlier, Mayor, you indicated on the residential side, it's 80% of the services are provided by the city for residential. The commercial, while you didn't put it in perspective, is less than 40 accounts. But what is that? That's less than 5% of all commercial?
That's going to be less than 0.5% of all commercial. That's pretty insignificant.
Isn't it broken down, though, also between refuse and recycling? We have a higher utilization of our recycling, and some people use us for recycling, but a private hauler for refuse?
That is correct.
Okay. It would be good, I think, again, today's not about decision-making, but I think as this body looks to potentially make some decisions in the future, having that data and information would be helpful. Commissioner, I'm going to go to Commissioner Asasi first, and then I'll come back to you. Commissioner?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation and the overview. We had a good conversation, Mr. Gorney, before we started talking about this. And I think one of the questions that I had was on the 17 functions, so page 25, that were identified. And so you talked a lot about kind of the modeling for the future and kind of looking at, what are the different analysis. And so the number of things on here, whether it be special events or just knowing if we think about how many more housing units we need in this city, were all those things taken into account in terms of that modeling of that growth as well as on the commercial side?
So let me make sure I understand the question. So
sure.
With all the functions, have we looked at?
Yeah, just looking at the 17 functions. So like one of them is special events.
Yep.
And thinking about where we were at with special events prior to COVID and then kind of where COVID was and then, right? So knowing that increase would, wondering what is that increase in volume, but also increases, you talked about what did you call the fixed costs again? Showing, or what was that word?
The readiness to serve.
The readiness to serve,
okay.
Sorry.
Yep.
You guys have a lot of language that it's going to stay in my mind. I'm going to remember it. But the readiness to serve. So just wondering, when we think about we're thinking about right now, but if we thought back to this 40 years, somebody else is going to be here in our seats. And so I really think about what are the questions that we're asking about that growth even over the next 5 years that we know is projected. So was that reviewed, discussed, or how does that get put into the modeling?
Yeah, so for each one of those functions, it's and I'm sorry, I don't have that one pulled up, but each one has a different revenue stream. And we did talk through how they're funded.
Okay.
Specifically when we talk, one more slide, thank you. Specifically when we talk about special events, the way special events works right now is the event holders have the option. And that means they have the option to use us as the hauler or someone else, a private hauler.
Even if we're sponsoring the event? Okay.
They have that option.
Just wondering. Okay, so that's helpful to know, just again, knowing that our items on the agenda are about different housing developments. We're going to hear tomorrow at our Brownfield about a significant development, so just want to make sure that we're thinking about that. And then I think, the point about, the vehicles up and down streets, I think that, a lot of people are asking us, what is the city going to do to reduce greenhouse gas? What are we going to do to make sure our climate is more resilient? And I can't think of a better way than the things that we can control. We can't control other people's actions or activities, like people throwing trash, and we can do education into their recycling bins, but I know that there's not a decision point, and I guess my next question was just like the time frame that we have, because the clock is ticking on the rest of this year. And so even though you're not asking us, I think that is a really important thing to take into account. I also think we have to make really difficult decisions. We've had to make a lot of difficult decisions around here. There's a lot of interests, but at the end, to me, the interest would be in that future of the city, as well as just the financial pieces. I think we have a record of having strong financial policies, like our capital fund, and making sure all the work that you all did back in 08 and 09 to make sure we are not going to be in these precarious financial situations. So just looking at some of these, it's expensive to do this work. And you've got technology, you've got people, you've got just the reality of our city is growing. And so, I think as we're having this conversation, we're all feeling this pinch in our pocketbooks. So that's probably a regular question that I get into my office. And I think this is like, how do we maintain a system that does need to have investment and capital investment and technology investment? So that's just more of my opinion about all of this, even if we're not making a decision today. So thank you.
Thank you. And timeline-wise, I'm going to go to Commissioner O'Connor for a follow-up question. But timeline-wise, I don't think the expectation is that decision will be made until next year.
Okay.
Likely, my guess is around the budget. And after the county decides what they are going to do moving forward, which I anticipate is going to happen probably in the next 3 months, is my guess.
Thank you for that.
Commissioner O'Connor and then City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I just bring up I looked up a private waste hauler in Grand Rapids. It's $30.12 a month, but you have to pay $50 up front to get a cart and pay for a cart, so you get a free cart with the city. So by the time and you have to sign a 2-year contract, so by the time you amortize out the $50 over the 2-year period, it's basically a wash at $32 based on our 96-gallon proposed tip rate of 805. It's basically a wash in terms of service. So I think, also you don't get the choice to go to a smaller cart if you want. There's only one size from the private hauler where we provide more flexibility.
You're always so good at pulling that up in the middle of a discussion. Thank you. City Manager?
It's almost like the person who hosts a sports show and they have somebody helping them with the statistics while they call them. Statistician.
He's good at that.
He's good at that. Mayor, so the other thing, in response to Commissioner Sassi's point, I think the other thing for the county, there is a recent clean energy legislation that's going to require the decommissioning of the waste energy plant by, I think it's 2040, and so that's going to accelerate a lot of the sustainability discussions. But I think the mayor's right. We likely be able to come back, certainly during the next budget cycle, on how long on the sustainability of our rates, but also think about the service levels that we want to offer on the residential. And at some point, I would like a bigger discussion around the commercial.
And James, maybe if we do some deer calling, the dead animal collection amount that we're spending will go down. So look at that.
Trying.
Right, Commissioner O'Connor? It's all connected. That's my whole point. All right, Commissioners, any final questions or comments? Appreciate all the information. Steve Faber, thank you for being here. Once the county makes some decisions on how to move forward with their plans around waste and Department of Public Works services, we will make sure that this full body is updated on that. And obviously, we'll continue to work closely with them as we are very much aligned on our ultimate goals. All right, Commissioners, with that, we're going to move to our next presentation. I'm going to turn this over to our City Manager. This is our annual performance presentation. This is something we do every single year. It tees us up for our retreat and then feeds into our budget process next year. And so we have a number of items that we'll be covering today, and I believe we're going to probably get through half of it and then pause for questions and comments and then finish up the rest. I think, can we take like a 3-minute break? Right now to just grab some coffee and give commissioners an opportunity to stand up, use the restroom, get something to drink if they need to, and then come back. Is that okay?
Sounds good.
Okay. right, we're back at it. We're going to turn this over to City Manager, and then it looks like Mr. Canfield is teed up to provide us with a portion of this presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. And as the Mayor said, this is our update on performance and for purposes of our value alignment, primarily around accountability, but we'll talk about several other areas. I wanted to take a minute to recognize our Chief of Staff and Strategy Officer. We recently made that change. Some of the duties around performance management strategy has been assigned to Mr. Canfield, and this is his first official time doing this, although he's been involved in the work for some time. We appreciate his help, as well as all the other departments that have actually done the work and contributed to the update. What you hear today, I think it's a pretty good summary of our stewardship as an organization, and wanted to walk through just a few highlights before we begin. If we can go to the next slide, I want to just say a couple things. Next slide, please. Next slide, and then I'll turn it over. We met with the staff this past weekend, talking about both year-end performance work as well as leadership development, as well as looking at some of the future areas of focus, knowing we'll likely have a transition around this dais. And so this both serves as a foundation for that conversation that will occur on the 13th for our retreat and prioritization workshop. And what you'll see here shortly is the focus areas for 2024, but staff has begun looking at that and thinking what areas need to be amended, revised, or deleted, because some of the areas, some of the initiatives have been accomplished, but also what other things might be added. And so we know that that's a conversation we'll have once here, but likely we'll come back on the 2025 of February with the new seated commission and have a performance update mid-year. And what I hope is to expand that from just a Cal briefing to have more of a workshop with some of the newer commissioners around the table. We've not traditionally taken the time to do that mid-year, but I think that will be well worth the time to do that. And while it will be an opportunity to provide input, unfortunately, with the way our budget process starts, much of that deliberation takes place between now and up to February, and we start actually working, finalizing budget packages for your consideration, my proposal in April. So while newly elected commissioners will be have their first meeting in January, there will not be a significant amount of time to reprioritize the planning elements for the budget. Now, they will be able to deliberate all of it. And so that's why this conversation that we're going to have both today and for the 13th, hopefully those will then be commissioners and mayor-elect, hopefully will be able to participate or at least watch on the 13th. And then we'll, as I said, have an opportunity to delve in more next year. And as you can see, the budget we hope will be adopted by May of 25 for July implementation. So with that, I see Mr. Canfield, he's anxious to
chomping at the bit.
Have the conversation. I will kick it over to him and let him start the presentation.
All right. Thank you, City Manager. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. It's good to be before you today, and as City Manager mentioned, this is my first time in the saddle, to continue the analogy for this strategy presentation, and you don't really understand the work till you feel the work, and I had an opportunity to for this presentation. Our objectives today are to review our citywide performance for the last fiscal year, which ended June 30th. As City Manager mentioned, this serves as a foundation for future planning. And I also hope it's an occasion for celebration, because there's a lot of good work being done by this organization that you guide. and that city manager leads. There are 2,700 full and part-time employees. This reflects their work. It doesn't reflect all of their work. It's intended to be highlights, but it reflects their contributions across 30 departments, and I want to thank all the top managers who helped put this presentation together, and also the performance management and reporting specialist who could not be here today, Eric Shannon, has worked with departments very closely to put together the metrics that you see here and to make sure that they are measurable, sustainable, repeatable, and meaningful. So thanks to Eric and everybody who has been involved in that. Our mission, vision, values, and priorities have remained unchanged over the last 6-7 years. So the strategic plan was adopted in 2019 and refreshed in 2022 with some minor wording changes, but these have all, from a high level, been very durable. These are the focus areas and key topics that you confirmed during your 2022 workshop, and as city manager mentioned, there will be an upcoming workshop in November to do something similar for upcoming FY26, and these are aligned with our strategic priorities. You'll see them reflected throughout the rest of the presentation. We do have a performance management system, so we have a system for metrics. We also have a system for implementing the plan and tracking activities that are undertaken to implement the plan. This is the latest on those activities. The percentage, 76% that are either completed or on track, is very similar to last year. So there always are a few unanticipated challenges throughout the fiscal year that might delay some things. And we do some revising and eliminating of duplicates. That's why you'll see the discontinued item. In general, when there's something that's not completed or on track, it could be due to a grant or a dependency on another initiative, and we can certainly explain more if desired. We track our implementation work by priority as well, so what you just saw is the top level roll-up. This is by those 6 strategic priorities, and you can see that there's a lot of good work happening within each of those. And I'll be working to refine what we're measuring in terms of implementation over the coming months, making sure that we're not leaving things out, that we don't have things included that are not strategic, and I think you'll see this improve over time. The balance of the presentation is structured according to those 6 priorities. And each section will start with a reminder of some of the key investments that were made in fiscal year 24 in the budget. We'll note some key accomplishments, and then each section will conclude with metrics related to that priority area. And as the mayor mentioned, we'll pause for questions midway through, and then we'll have a time for questions at the end. With that, I will turn the presentation over to Assistant City Manager Matthews to talk about the governmental excellence priority.
Thank you, Lou, and I do have to apologize for my informality today. I had some flight-related issues between myself and American Airlines, so you get me fresh from a drive straight from Detroit to City Hall.
He made
if I
it,
had
but
bags, yeah, I might look different, but here I am.
he made it, but his bags didn't. So
Remarkably, my bags made it on the flight, but they couldn't get the human on the flight with the bags, so it was, yeah, a thing. Okay, governmental excellence. These are the priorities that we had established for FY24 across our strategic plan objectives. So you see our objectives related to equity, sustainability, a focus on the employees, which is a continued priority for us. And then we move on through our facilities, workplaces, technology, which of course has been a big focus over FY24 and into 25 with some of the big changes. Strategic planning, innovation, continuous learning, as well as our financial and legislative priorities. So if we look at some of the achievements that we had over the past fiscal year, of course, the budget is one of the big ones, and making sure that that's aligned with the strategic plan. But we also did a lot of systems work that we had been talking about for a long time. So improving the way that we manage our agendas through our agenda management system, also looking at ways that we can make that process more transparent for people who want to know what it is that we're doing here. The ERP implementation, the facilities master plan, that's something that we're going to bringing forward this fall to have a bigger conversation about. Our transition of our healthcare plan administrator, we're anticipating pretty significant savings specifically through the pharmacy benefits plan that we're part of now. We continued work on the legislative level. Of course, one of those highlights was the move on the hotel motel tax, as well as the work that we did for brownfields. Oh, I'm sorry, the city land bank as well. Those are other things that we've been talking about for some time that we're able to achieve in FY24. We talked a little bit, I think, at our mid-year last year about some of the work that the Innovation Office had been doing with the departments and the savings that we've been able to realize through the work that they're doing, really at the ground level with the departments to innovate. We got the Seating Justice nonprofit launched. We launched, speaking of planning processes, we launched a citywide compensation and classification study. That's the first one that we've done in, I would say it would be 8 years now. And then, of course, the work that we did at the legislative level to secure additional funding for some of our key projects and priorities. So when we look at focus on the employees, we continued our development of leadership competencies. The city manager mentioned that we had a retreat with top management on Friday and really kind of formally launched a process by which we're going to grow that into onboarding, training, evaluation, development programs across the organization. And we want that to be a participatory process with the employees. And we launched that actually just on Friday. I mentioned the plans here. There's some others that I didn't mention in the first slide. You look at the work that we've done around collective action on safe communities, continued work on the community engagement framework, continued work on our climate action and adaptation plan. That's something else that we'll be bringing forward to you all before the end of the year to talk about and deliberate. And you just heard the work that we've been doing around materials management and kind of trying to chart a sustainable path forward that considers both the economics of the operation, but also the sustainability from an environmental standpoint. Lou mentioned the performance management and reporting specialist, really refining the way that we're measuring our success in these areas. Just had a conversation through the budget process about some of the changes in the 61st District Court. As well as some additional work around customer service. That was a big concern this time last year. We've made a couple of different moves from a personnel standpoint to be able to stabilize that group and really bring those call times down. And we continue to invest and see benefits in what we've done with our employee wellness programs. So if you look at the metrics, the red bar there across the middle is one that is a particular focus for us. It's been persistent if you look back to 2019, 2020, which is what is it that we're doing to effectively recruit and retain people of color as employees in the city. There's a couple of others that you'll see are related really to the market as it is right now. If you look at our employee turnover, that's one of the other ones that we've got a particular focus on right now and going into the new year. And at this point, I will hand it over to Ms. Behrens to talk about economic prosperity and affordability.
Thank you, sir. All right, so a major focus on many city programs and initiatives and policies around the topics that we cover under economic prosperity and affordability. So just as a reminder, things that we said we were going to set out to do at the beginning of the fiscal year. So lots of continues there that you see. So we were able to do something and make progress on all of these things we set out to do. More detail on that when we get to the metrics slide. But just want to highlight a few significant accomplishments. So this slide tends to focus on housing, and I know there has been a lot of items coming before the commission over that fiscal year 2024 related to housing, and more will come. We are planning a more detailed dive into kind of where we've been on housing and our strategic focus in different areas on housing coming up, I believe, in November, so we'll have more detail at that point in time. I did also want to call out, which was not highlighted here, and I am sorry for that, the zoning package that the commission recently adopted. So we had an update in spring of 2023 about the housing needs. The housing needs assessment was updated, and that obviously highlighted the need for significant housing units within the city of Grand Rapids and Kent County, and regionally even more significant, but approximately 14,000 units needed in Grand Rapids over the next 5 years or so. And so in addition to the funding and incentives that are really highlighted on the slide here, the Commission and Planning Commission undertook a review of our zoning code and focused on a zoning package that would increase some flexibility. So particularly for smaller scale housing types. So you adopted in May of 2024 the result of that effort. So it added some more flexibility for ADUs and SROs, as well as allowed for some increased density by right on some of our busier corridors. And we expect more significant housing policy and zoning work to come through the community master planning process. Turning then to some more with respect to more traditional economic development programs outside of the housing realm. Again, there was a more robust report about our efforts, particularly with respect to supporting micro-local businesses in our community, whether it be through economic development programs or through our own spending, that was presented last month at EDPT. So just going to hit a couple highlights here of a lot of our programs really are focused on increasing and creating a more inclusive economy here in Grand Rapids and in the region. And so you see a lot of efforts related to that. In addition, we focus on a couple particular sectors. So we do have a partnership with DGRI and the Chamber around retail retention and attraction. That continues to be sort of a focus of the sector that is seeing a lot of change. So the way we all shop, the way we all experience retail is very different than it has been. And so having this specialist has helped us, and you see a lot of outreach reflected on the slide and support for attracting new retail businesses into the city. We also continue to focus through our Smart Zone efforts on the tech industry and other kind of future focused jobs. So future proofing our residents and our businesses to think about what's to come and seeking opportunities for that. We'll flip to some prettier pictures. Another thing that we do is continually working, particularly through our CIAs and BIAs, on some small support for local businesses. These tend to be facade improvements. So again, continuing through those kinds of investments on enhancing the experience right there, typically at the streetscape to attract more customers and to add to the vibrancy of all of our commercial corridors. Fiscal year 2024 was when we were able to approve our first transformational brownfield project. So Factory Yards is really featured here and some of the great things that will transform that part of our community. We continue to see more transformational projects through fiscal year 25. So didn't want to overlook the fact that you also approved a second transformational brownfields plan, but that was fiscal year 25. The state recently recently approved that as well. That's Grand Action's proposal for the Acrisure Amphitheater and Soccer Stadium. And a third transformational brownfield plan will be introduced to our Brownfields Authority this coming week, or later this week. I also want to flag another key strategy for economic prosperity is to attract visitors, to amplify the opportunity for our businesses and our residents to experience cultural and arts offerings, and to bring in tourists who both spend money but then eventually move to Grand Rapids. We know that's something that really is a great calling card for us. All of those offerings that we are able to provide that put Grand Rapids on the map for a variety of reasons. And our small but mighty special events office is in the thick of Art Prize right now, but you can see some really, continue to be some really staggering statistics in terms of the number of events we are able to support and the number of visitors that we are able to bring into the community. Continue to be an arts-focused community as well, which is, as you've seen in some of our other reporting, very appreciated by our residents. We continue to focus on small business, particularly small development and small permit projects. So we have our development center ombudsman highlighted there. And we also saw some of the fruits of the increased staff capacity that the commission approved in November of 2023 starting to come online through this fiscal year. So I do want to flag that those positions have been or are continuing to be filled and helping us meet the demand. I do want to flag for you an interesting statistic I just heard from our city engineer. So this current construction season, just our projects valued at about $40 million. As we look ahead to next construction season, we are looking at triple that. So that's not only a capacity issue for us, but reflective of potential capacity issues for contractors as well. And a big part of that is all of us trying to meet our ARPA timelines. So continuing to be a good news and challenging and stress-creating situation for many around the community as we all grapple with the impacts of that construction. So finally, just getting to the slides here, I do want to highlight a couple things that are in yellow or red. As part of what we do here is celebrate not only what we've accomplished, but talk about where we continue to see things that we need to focus on. So the yellow item there at the top line, that is the progress towards completion of our community master plan. It is shown as yellow because we're really looking at where we hoped to be at the beginning of fiscal year 24, but we have had since then a conversation with the commission about adding some more robust engagement both with the commission and the planning commission, and our consultant contract was extended. So that timeline now has been adjusted to be later this year, and in the future when we report on it, we will update it to reflect that new target. I also want to flag then the second line item down is around our dollars and percent of inclusion plan commitments. Again, this was a conversation that was front and center about a month ago in front of the Economic Development Project team. This particular line item, EPA 2.1, is focused on our economic development inclusion plan efforts. So that's the voluntary work that we do with developers who are receiving incentives through the variety of economic development incentives that we have to offer. The statistic that we emphasized at that meeting was 10%. That was a blend of the 7.2 and 11.7 for calendar years 21 and 22. At that time, we hadn't yet had the updated 2023 numbers. Those are now reflected on the slide. And as we talked about, we continue to learn from our experience with those developers how to increase their ability to be inclusive in their contracts and adjust our work in order to increase capacity. So the target continues to be 15%. We continue to strive to meet that target by making adjustments to the program. And then the final thing I want to point out, there's some good news. So you'll see that for a number of years down at EPA 4.1, where we were tracking our number of new development units, we'd been in the red. We were able to really make some significant increases in calendar year 2023. And so you see we jumped up to above our target to a little bit over 1,200. And I'm sure there are a number of factors associated with that, but one thing we wanted to shout out for you there is that at least almost 200 units of that count we can trace to changes that were made in the zoning code to permit ground floor residential in some of our zones. So just a nice feedback loop to show that some of that work is really directly paying off. And also want to flag that we were able to get to our target for the number of rental units certified through our community development program. And again, living into our commitment to ensure that folks have safe and habitable housing, and that program helps us do that. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Kate. So now moving to engaged and connected community. Some of the big movements that we've made, not just over the past fiscal year, but if you look over the last 3 or 4 years, have been around our communications efforts, the things that we can do from a accountability, a transparency standpoint. You see that in communication and responsive government. And then, of course, intentionally investing in our capacity for community engagement. That includes community engagement as a practice, but it also includes a lot of the community engagement that's happening within and by departments through the course of them doing their jobs. So if we look back to 24, we were able to bring on a strategic marketing position, as well as set aside some funding specifically to help support communications efforts citywide, and we're seeing benefits from that. We continued our work with the Residents Guide. News came out, I believe, last week. I don't know if Max is here, that the Citizens Guide received a Government Finance Officers Association Award this year. Continued work with the Neighborhood Summit. One of the priorities that we had back, I want to say in FY23, was really leaning into language access. We piloted a policy with a couple of departments. In 24, we started to operationalize that, and you're going to see more of that as we move into this budget cycle, as departments learn where are the areas where they ought to be set aside funding to make sure that we're maintaining our accessibility from a language standpoint. GRPD continued their efforts to make sure that they're transparent with their data. And we looked back at Commission Night Out to see if there were some tweaks that we could make to make that more productive, both for the community and for you all as elected officials. And we'll continue to iterate on that as we move forward and learn more. Neighborhood Match Fund continues to be a success for us, and of course we rebooted development with us. We had 4 new projects come through that process. And then partnerships have started to arise between a number of the people that are responsible for investments that we've made. So for instance, Community Engagement Innovation Office partnered with the Development Center to actually do some work to determine where improvements and efficiencies could be made to improve their customer experience. And that included a workshop with customers of the center to get that direct feedback. We continued our investment through CDBG with our neighborhood organizations, and continued to work, I mentioned, on that citywide framework. So we have a framework that we're now working with practitioners inside the city, so employees that are doing this work every day, to pilot, implement, learn from, and refine that framework so that we can then train on it. And then finally, we awarded 8 of our 11 contracts associated with PB in FY24. The remaining 3 we actually brought forward in the very first part of FY25, which I'm happy to say. If we look at our metrics, we see, we'll look at the yellow, we'll look at the red. We know, as I mentioned before, that we had some issues with staffing in 311 that led to some undesirable wait times in FY24. We feel much better about where we stand now in that respect, and that's where you see areas where we were lagging going into the end of FY24. But outside of that, overall, we're performing really well, and this is FY24 was a particularly good year for us. I believe this is where we're going to pause, if you all have any questions.
All right. Commissioners, questions or comments? Commissioner Sassy?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add, under the efforts around seating justice, I know this was something, obviously, that the last commission worked on, and then it's become a standalone organization. We got Ms. Stout, who was part of the work, now that she's outside of the city, to be on the board. Commissioner Jones is the chair. So I wanted individuals to know that those disbursements have been happening, so we can really set up that nonprofit. So we haven't seen those dollars go out to those, potential organizations that might be able to vie for that money. But we're really working to set up the framework, so it will be easy, hopefully, for people to apply for those in the future. So we're engaged with a strong consultant. Deputy City Attorney Strom had helped us to the certain point when and then we had to pass it over because, again, it was a standalone organization. So I just wanted to share that. I know that has been a question at this table, and other people have asked me that question as well. So thank you.
Thank you for that update and for your work on that board. Commissioners, other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the next section.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about our health and environment priority. So that breaks out across what you would traditionally see as our sustainability initiatives around carbon emissions, climate adaptation, things like that. But also the work that we're doing to increase green space, to increase tree canopy, to make sure that the tree canopy is healthy. That was a priority in FY24. And then, of course, the sustainability of our core utility infrastructure. Includes materials management, and then, while we don't have a direct responsibility for public health services, there are certainly quite a few partnerships that we have to make sure that we're successful in that space. So if we look at the successes, personally, I feel pretty good about FY24. We took a little pause on Butterworth so that we could rethink the way that we wanted to approach it, and I believe that we're starting to see some real success in that. Just 2 weeks ago, we officially accepted the giant check from the state that's going to help us extend the primary circuit. That's going to greatly reduce the cost to developers to be able to connect solar to that facility, which ultimately is going to reduce the cost to the city to be able to offtake that electricity. We completed our community-wide greenhouse gas emissions inventory and launched our climate risk and vulnerability assessment. That's something that we do in partnership with emergency management. The community-wide greenhouse gas emissions inventory is what led us then to establish that 67% community-wide goal for greenhouse gas reductions. Understanding that we are not directly in control of that, the next conversation that's going to be coming forward, I mentioned it before, is how does the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan and what policy and program initiatives we might have to help incentivize people to get to that goal. We secured additional funding for EH0 for our residential renovation pilot, which is an innovative program that we're doing to actually invest in homes within our targeted, we're working with the DICE areas actually, to make efficiency improvements and then measure the impact that those improvements have over time, not just from an environmental standpoint, but from a health standpoint and from an economic standpoint for those residents. We continued our work with the climate advisory teams. Those are the teams that are going to be providing feedback to the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan as well as the H0 work. We are continuing to produce biogas out of the biodigester. Of course, we had some bumps in FY24. The EPA came out with some new rules that we're all adjusting to at this point. I'm happy to say that we got an RFP out end of last week to get a broker on board to make sure that that gas continues to go to market. While we spend FY25 considering what the longer term strategy is going to be, and where we fit into that process and where the market fits into that process. Continue to push down our energy consumption in our facilities. That's really a credit to Steve Prinz. He now has a partnership with some of our vendors to do ongoing building commissioning, where before that was something that you would do on a periodic basis. So they're consistently tweaking our primary systems, our HVAC systems and things like that, to make sure that they're as efficient as they possibly can. Continued our work to replace our fuel vehicles with CNG and electric vehicles where we can, and developed a roadmap to help guide that in the future. That includes where are we going to establish our charging infrastructure and things like that as well. From an environmental standpoint, continued our work in stormwater, not just in terms of the outflow of stormwater, but also how can we change the way that we think about the infiltration of stormwater, that it's just not water going into pipes that then go into streams, but using more green infrastructure to do that. And that's a credit to the team that's continuing to do that work independently and sometimes with partners. That speaks to the water quality. And then, of course, the work that we continue to do in terms of lead hazards. That's both within the home and then, of course, the proactive work that we're doing in terms of lead service line replacement. One of the projects that was approved through PB was a education and filter distribution campaign in the 3rd Ward, and that's ongoing at this point. And a few other things here in terms of parks, our customer assistance with the water bills, greatly enhanced our maintenance ratings for our parks over FY24. And then we've seen an incredible success with GR Outside and with the Gear Library to help people who may not have the means otherwise to be able to get outside, enjoy nature, and enjoy the outdoors. Finally, we can talk about backyard chickens. We adopted zoning ordinance amendments for backyard chickens and for beekeeping. We're having a conversation now about some modifications we might be able to make for residential solar and how that gets put on homes. And then continued our environmental site assessments and providing funding that's in support of those. If we look at our performance, and to carry forward, we'll look at the ones that we probably want to place a little bit more of an emphasis on as we go into the next fiscal year. One we just talked about in the previous presentation, which is what are our diversion rates and what can we do to continue to push that number upward. You did see an upward trend between the end of FY23 and 24. That's also coincides with our hiring of a specialist that's specifically doing education around that work. So we're going to continue to do that. And then our work on lead hazard mitigation within homes. As you all know, I mean, we passed an ordinance. We wanted to initiate a testing program in the rental registration program last year. We're continuing to work with the state to determine the best path forward to make sure that that's compliant. It's something that we can do moving forward. With that, I'll hand it over to Ms. Behrens for mobility.
It's all about the transitions. Okay, so turning to mobility, this is obviously where we focus on our safe network of circulation and transportation around the city, as well as the asset of parking and how that plays into a number of our objectives, not only circulation, but economic development and support for some of our small businesses and communities. So here again, what we set out to do at the beginning of the year. Able to make progress on many of those objectives over this past fiscal year. Highlighting some of our Vital Streets work, and you always get much more detailed information about our Vital Streets planning process and projects as part of your budget, but just to emphasize the point that these are big construction years, and I don't need to tell you that. You've had many emails about the impacts of some of these construction projects this year, and we continue to see a real robust program coming at us and are working on some improvements internally, and then we'll engage stakeholders on how to ensure that we are getting people the information that they need about impacts of these projects to circulation and access to their residents and businesses. So we'll continue to work on that angle. Some highlights with respect to parking. We were able to complete some accessibility improvements at Government Center, so really great to see us focusing on that for such a vital part of our infrastructure downtown and the ability of folks to get into a lot of the festivals and things that are at Calder Plaza. Took a big step up with that elevator. Also, we completed some park engagement with Mobile GR Commission and others around our parking rate and really moving towards a more sustainable approach to how we set rates across daily, monthly, and event parking, and looking at those assets as a long-term obligation and benefit of the fund, and making sure that we will be able to support that in the future. And expect in fiscal year 25 that we'll be taking a more strategic look at that asset and where we think we may need to make adjustments to the portfolio. Safety and sustainability, obviously a big part of the focus of the Mobile GR efforts and the commission overall. So here I'm just pointing out that we continue to make improvements to the fleet to meet some of our greenhouse gas emission and other environmental objectives. And we, as always, continue to work with neighborhoods around safety improvements. So speeds on our roads is a fundamental safety thing that we need to address, and we have a traffic calming program that helps us with some of that. Continued efforts around safety as we expand the mobility options for people, whether it's walking, biking, using micromobility. We need to continue to look at safety improvements in that infrastructure. We are obviously a transportation network that blends things that go at very different rates of speed. So you walk at one speed, you can drive at 45 miles an hour. The conflicts between those two can be very significant, and so we continue to build out safety pieces to allow those kinds of uses to exist in harmony on our network, and a more robust presentation plan for public safety later today on some of our efforts with respect to micromobility in particular. So then looking at our metrics, again, hitting the safety theme there, you see that we have a pretty robust or pretty aggressive goal as a Vision Zero community to drive that number of serious injuries and fatalities down year over year until we get to zero, which is the aspirational goal. This past fiscal year, we did see a little bit of an uptick. That changed, so the total numbers there that you see reflect across all users, so that's car accidents, that's pedestrian, that's bike. For that fiscal year 24, we saw vehicle accidents, serious accidents and fatalities at about steady state. So the slight increase you see there was pedestrian and bicycle serious accidents and fatalities. What we do with this information when we get it is we do a pretty robust evaluation of the circumstances around any particular serious injury or fatality. We evaluate whether there are improvements we need to make there. We use that data as well to support our application to the State Department of Transportation's Highway Safety Improvement Program, and we get a grant for projects that we seek there. And we are going on 5 or 6 years of receiving the jurisdictional maximum out of that program. So I think our approach has let us be successful, and we channel that fund into improvements that in part we identify through understanding what's going on at those intersections. So for example, in fiscal year 24, we were able to install a light at the Division and Andre intersection, which had unfortunately been the site of a fatality in the data that you see there. Moving on to the dash metric there, the other red metric there on the screen for fiscal year 24. That's really, that downturn there is really, we believe, likely entirely due to the fact that fiscal year 24 was a transition year. So in May of 2023, we modified the dash route or changed the dash route to its current route. At that same time, our partners at the Rapid were not able to staff up in a way that allowed for Monday and Tuesday service. So for the first 6 months or so of fiscal year 24, we were not operating as robustly as we do now. And as soon as they were able to add Monday and Tuesday service, we saw our ridership rates get back up to where we're used to. So I expect fiscal year 25 to be significantly improved. So with that, we'll turn it over to a safe community.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager Behrens, and I will highlight the work that's been done across the organization in achieving some of our strategic plan objectives around community policing, fire emergency medical services, emergency management, and collaborating with other systems and such as our district court, our safe task force, and some of the other community-based organizations, as well as highlighting the goals that we established within the Office of Oversight and Accountability. So for police specifically, start off with the statistics showing 90% of beats covered. That is, to my recollection, the highest level of coverage that we have had in recent years. And I want to commend the department and the chief on their staffing efforts that has resulted in 35 officers being hired, which means that our staffing levels now are at 291 with the recruits that are in the academy, and the chief continues to assure me that by next summer we will hit that very lofty number of 300 plus. He's shaking his head in it right now. So, and that's because we were able to do some very creative, very creative efforts in recruiting due to your approval of both the digital recruitment efforts that we had a third party come in and help us with, as well as some of the other social media campaigns that has been initiated. We continue to have outstanding service in our dispatch. That is not the experience of every city, where 95% of our calls are answered in 15 seconds and almost all of them within 40 seconds. I saw representatives from CALEA this past weekend who reminded me of the fine, not only sworn officers that we have, but also our civilian staff and dispatch. We've seen the progress that's been made on the FOIA backlog. I want to again thank both the police department and city attorney's office for working on that. That was made because of your resourcing and allowing staffing increases in that unit, and we've decreased the backlog almost by half. And you'll see some of the other efforts with the unstaffed aerial trying to say it politically correctly. It's unmanned aerial surveillance craft, but I like to call it unstaffed. We have 36 certified pilots within the departments, and you'll see later the actual annual public safety report that the Oversight Office has provided to the Public Safety Committee on surveillance that will show that we have, as a city, not just the department, have been in compliance with our surveillance policy. The other things to highlight is our co-response efforts. We've long note that the effort of responding to some of the calls that we have are not just calls for law enforcement, also require people with other skills, mental health clinicians, social workers, and you'll see the over 1,300 calls that have been responded with, almost 600 being diversions from either the emergency department or jail. And that's quite an accomplishment, and they gave a very detailed report at Public Safety Committee some time ago. You'll see that we continue to try to utilize social services for the co-response team, and now have 3 clinicians and 1 on the 3rd shift. That I understand the 3rd shift is often the most challenging one to staff, and we finally are making progress in that area. Also pleased with the collaboration. This is one that we long sought, to more formalize the relationship with the faith community, and the Clergy on Patrol program continues to promote both understanding as well as bridge building with our faith community. We're really proud of that, as well as, if you recall, the body camera Axon contract continues to offer transparency in terms of how we police, but we're also really pleased that we're able to save quite a bit of money in terms of renewing the contract with Axon early, over almost $500,000. In terms of fire department, again, your support with the additional staffing that we were able to achieve in the fire department has done a couple things. Number one, it's allowed us to hire 20 new recruits in the fire suppression. As we approved the budget, the fire chief has agreed to make sure that he manages towards this new FY25 budget that will be at least $1 million less than +24. And thanks to those of you who were at the groundbreaking off the new Kalamazoo Fire Station, that was, of course, leveraged by the $35 million we received from the state of Michigan, but we've also got good news that we'll receive federal funding to staff the first 3 years of staffing at that new station to fund 10 firefighters. And so lots of success in the fire department, and we'll continue to work on the building out of both the new fire station off division and the panel training center. I believe there was an item on fiscal committee this morning that allowed temporary relocation from the division station while some of the construction's going on in partnership with GRPS. I certainly cannot miss this one. We adopted the 2021 International Fire Code after a lot of community engagement on the ways that we would be innovatively monitoring our halls in our communities.
Historic halls.
Our very historic halls, yes.
Gems in our community.
Yes. On the emergency management side, and this is, again, continues to be more and more important with many of the both natural as well as human caused events that we have. So I really am thankful for the volunteers that have been developed, trained within our community as part of the response team. We continue to plan for what we hopefully will never realize in terms of mass-scale, large-scale shootings in our community, but in terms of partnering and training with those exercises with other agencies. As you're aware, we've activated the ELC several times this year during St. Patrick's Day, as well as in June with the break that happened within the 3rd Ward. And continue to find ways to support and be ready for deployment of citywide of any emergency event. With respect to the Office of Public Accountability and Oversight, lots of good work happening. We continue to work with the Clean Slate expungement programs, and you'll see the assistance of over 500 plus people. And as you recall, it used to be an event-specific time, but now the department has really worked on providing some type of assistance year-around, as well as promoting the Know Your Rights program throughout the city, looking at, mentioned earlier, the surveillance policy report that was provided to public safety, as well as looking at other ways to prevent violence in our partnership with Cure Violence. And you heard the report that was, may have heard the report that was provided to the Public Safety Committee a few meetings ago in partnership with the Urban League, Cure Violence, and others in terms of the progress that is being made. And we know violence reduction there's no one silver bullet or one agency specific that can be responsible for all the efforts in terms of crime prevention and violence reduction. So it takes a collaborative effort, both from law enforcement, community-based organizations, and other community and city services to help reduce crime in our city. Looking at one of the other things I think that is really indicative of what we both imagine and realize with the police department and our oversight office, we really wanted to partner with the community. We have one of the finest trained police departments in the country, both police and fire. But this training was unique in that it was community-centered, and both in design and helping in delivery. And I'd like to just highlight several of the trainings that were offered. I think these are really unique in terms of what community has offered input into, and I want to thank the OPA as well as the police department in really working together to make sure that some of those opportunities happen with the perspective of our residents included. Several other things to highlight. You'll see the implementation of the new public health and safety ordinances, and I think Ms. Behrens gave an update a few weeks ago at Public Safety, and for the most part, there's been more compliance than enforcement through citation and arrest. I don't think there's been any arrests relative to the ordinance. There's been a couple of citations, but no enforcement and by arrest. So I want to thank all the departments that have come together to really make that happen, as well as our other community partners. And you'll see the other things that we focused on with the SAFE Task Force. There's another item on the agenda today, and I believe a briefing this afternoon from the Public Safety Committee that will highlight some of the community's centered work related to the SAFE Task Force and some of the efforts, progress that has been made. And just real quickly, then we'll wrap this up. I shared with you the earlier progress on the beats in terms of 90% coverage, the highest that we've had. You'll see mid-year in terms of the types of violent crime continues to decrease. I want to just comparatively, I think year-to-date, most recently, we often say one life is too many, and we had a recent homicide within the past week. But year-to-date, overall, I think we are at 10 homicides is what you'll report this afternoon. Of course, we remember the all-time high a few years ago of 38. You'll see the progress that's been made on improving the installation of residential smoke detectors within the fire department, and I think I will stop there. The next slide is all blue, and you'll see the number of complaints significantly have decreased in terms of complaints both against fire personnel as well as police personnel relative to previous years. So with that, we will pause and see what questions you have on this section or any other part of the presentation.
All right, thank you. I don't have a question. I'm just going to make a comment. One, I just want to thank Chief Windstrom for your leadership. Chief Brown, appreciate your leadership in the fire department as well. Seeing this data related to public safety, I know is something that we all can be proud of, but you're the ones doing the work every single day. It's great to see this data, although we know that there continues to be a gap between people's perception about public safety and what the data shows. There was a great article written about that recently, I believe in the New York Times. So again, I think the more that we can do to make sure that we're telling this story and getting the information out, the better. And I know we have a good communications team working on that. And then all the community engagement that's happening. And Brandon, thank you for your leadership as well at OPA. We know that that's impacting people's lives and helping to bridge those divides with community. So just appreciate all three of you. I'm also going to take this opportunity, even though she's not here, to thank former Deputy Chief Rogers, who recently retired. She served our community for decades and just exceptional service and work, and she will be missed. And I'll add my congratulations to Mike Maycroft, who has been selected to replace her as deputy chief. So you have a good team there, Chief, helping you lead the department, and just appreciate everything that you're doing. With that, I'll turn it to my colleagues. Commissioner Sassi?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second that, too. I posted a picture of myself and DC Rogers, and sometimes people leave before you get to fully say everything that you want to them. But just to recap, I just said I was really appreciative for both being supportive during some really difficult personal situations that many of you know that I had, where I had to call upon the police department, and just professional challenges that we've had over these 4.5 years. So thank you. Thank you, DC Rogers. So my questions were, if we could go back to the mobility section. So I don't know, you guys were ping-ponging everywhere, but anyways, the mobility section, Ms. Behrens, I think we talked about the 25 requests, different neighborhoods obviously going around doing the petitioning, as well as an additional 18 streets regarding traffic calming. So this is the numbers that have been submitted. Do we have the numbers of what, sort of what the result was, knowing that everyone is not necessarily the same? But I think that would be helpful to kind of show, we're taking them in, but then how are we responding? And then also perhaps, I just want to give a shout out to Max and Mobile GRs, came to one of our second ward meetings to talk with our neighborhood associations, to really just share hey, loop in, just like we do with 311, loop in this email address, I'll respond. Sometimes people's inboxes get stuffed up. So thank you, Max, wherever you are, for that. I really appreciated that. So it would be good to know what the outcome was, and then the timeline for that as well.
Okay. Sure, we can do that as a follow-up item.
Okay, that's great. For micro-mobility, I think when we obviously talked about some of the transformational projects and economic development, but one of the questions that I am getting asked, and I did bring this up to Kara when I was talking to her about both amphitheater and soccer stadium, is how will our micromobility engage? I know we've made some changes on micromobility access in certain parts of our downtown area, but just thinking about the number of people that might be coming out or into the amphitheater, what does that look like? I probably one of the regular pieces I get is, I almost got struck down by somebody on a scooter, or sometimes people aren't paying attention, just wondering what that might look like in the future. So I don't know if she said it was being discussed and reviewed, and there were some good conversations with Mobile GR, but that's another just a regular question that I'm getting.
Sure, and there'll probably be a little bit more detail about this at Public Safety, but Police, Office of Special Events, Mobile GR do talk about events and what should be the right ability to allow those the electric scooters and bikes into that. So we've recently refined that, making sure that everybody understands that part of our Office of Special Events conditions can be working with Mobile GR to say, hey, there's going to be too many people here. We want to geo-fence out temporarily this area. So that's something that we've recently identified as an improvement, and another piece that we have to deal with safety and crowded sidewalks at certain points of time, and we'll carry that forward to the amphitheater and soccer stadium. There is a lot of conversation right now, about event planning around the amphitheater in particular, and all of the modes. So we don't have answers about exactly how that accessibility will work, but it is on the table for discussion right now about how that's going to be safe for the volumes of folks that will be parking elsewhere and not driving on Market Avenue and trying to use different methods to get there during a performance or a game.
Okay, great, thank you. The next question is, this was going into the public safety pieces, so maybe City Manager, I know you took this section. And Mr. Davis is here. Yep, some of the expungement pieces. So glad to hear, again, I know those events were well attended, but glad to hear that this is happening on a regular basis. Do we know how many other organizations in the community are also doing this work? So I think, just trying to figure out kind of who's taking this on. Obviously, I think there were probably, different individuals who've grabbed money to do this. So, and I know you've been connected to them, but if you could share that overview.
Sure. I don't know the number of organizations. I know there are several organizations that we are working with regularly that do this work. So we know that I can look
Yeah,
and
you
try to
can
get you a number.
follow up
But
is
we can
good.
give you some of the organizations that participate.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like, I mean, it's not like materials management, but right, we're talking about kind of all the things that we do inside the city, who's doing what, who's refined it the most, where are there opportunities to have those best practices. So, thank you. And then the next one is probably for city manager. We were talking about the expansion of cure violence into obviously the different wards related to the participatory budgeting. We also just had a item that came to our fiscal committee about our policy as it relates to grants. And so, I'm just wondering, what are those conversations or expectations as we look at participatory budgeting, as we look at ARPA money? Ms. Behrens, you talked about it being spent down, and sort of what are organizations doing to either identify that to continue, or, what might be that process, knowing that this money will eventually be gone in 2026?
Yeah, that is a good question, and it will be one of the things we have to evaluate as part of the budget process, the sustainability of the funding efforts. I know there's a lot of community leverage support right now, and some of it was ARPA. We have some federal funding. I know we had some, and I'm looking at Ms. Farrick, I think we received an opportunity to apply for, maybe getting my funding sources, but the state funding for crime prevention. And so that may be another sustainable fund, but we'll have to sort that out through the budget process.
Okay.
But I do remember the conversation, and in other communities, local government has leveraged a lot of the funding for some of those programs. But like Grand Rapids, the cities that I'm thinking of that launched it during the pandemic used a lot of ARPA money to support it. And I'm thinking specifically, and collaborated with Urban League.
And we know, obviously, that was one commission body. This is another one, be some subsequent ones. So,
Can I add on that? I believe there are significant federal dollars available for community-based violence intervention too. So I don't know if our grant specialist has looked into and tapped that, but that's another, I think, opportunity we should look at to continue to support those programs.
that is a conversation that our SAFE task force has been having, just kind of looking at what are the priorities, do you go a bunch of little ones or big one? Probably most notably, we had a Department of Justice grant that was like $5.5 million over a couple of years. That was a really large grant. It'd be great to capture something like that again in the future. And then my last question is, did I miss it on here about our FOIA process?
Yeah, there was a bullet.
There's a bullet, okay.
About
I missed that.
reduction in
Okay.
months.
So now we're at 8 months? Is that where it is? Okay. All right, again, Mr. Strom works with us on our FOIA. Commissioner Robbins, we had one a couple weeks ago. And so just great to see that. I think that's another aspect of certainly community engagement. So thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. All good questions and comments. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? Commissioner Goy?
Thank you, Mayor. And the mobility and safety solutions slide, I was wondering if you can provide me with how that has impacted in the third ward. What improvements has been seen there? Because those are some of the questions I've been receiving from people as I walk into around the neighborhoods. And then the other question that I would have is that I was just attending the Alger Heights Business Association meeting this morning, and one of the topics was speed. And I don't know if that has been brought up to you or what has been done there. They were just complaining about nobody adheres to the 25 miles per hour.
Sure. We can make a connection to their business association if they haven't already reached out, and I'll have to follow up with Mobile GR on the location of the traffic calming measures by board, but we can provide that as follow-up.
Okay, thank you.
I think we get complaints about speed all over this city. So hopefully, Chief, once we're fully staffed, we can do a little bit more enforcement. Proactive enforcement. All right, Commissioners, any final questions or comments as we finish this up? Gives us about 15 minutes in between the finishing of this meeting and public safety. I see some of our public safety committee members have already arrived. So before I close this, any final questions or comments? All right, City Manager, you want to close with anything before we close?
Just.
Or Mr. Canfield?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Very briefly, there are a few remaining slides that I won't cover in detail, but this one includes links to historic and supporting information related to today's presentation. We won't go through these one by one, but the city does throughout the year receive recognition in various media sites and publications, and so you can see approximately 20 here. We do keep track of these, and of course, if you notice any, you are invited to let us know. And then thank you to the team again that helped prepare today's presentation.
All right, thank you. I know I speak for all of us. A lot of good information and updates. Appreciate all the work of city staff. You are the ones out there doing the work every single day, and we really appreciate it. So with that, Commissioners, a couple of reminders. We do have public safety. We also have civil service this afternoon, and then we're back together tonight at 7 o'clock for our evening meeting. We do have a full agenda with a number of scheduled public hearings. So enjoy the rest of your day. I hope you get a little bit of a break on these busy Tuesdays. And with that, we are adjourned.